Hey everyone, welcome back to Savage Harry. Today we are diving into a wild one. What if Harry Potter was raised by Gojo Satoru? Imagine the boy who lived growing up in Jujutsu High, trained by the strongest sorcerer alive, with the 6 eyes watching his every move. If you are ready for this ride, smash that like button, hit subscribe so you never miss a drop, and drop a comment with your favorite chapter. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The strongest guardian the rain in Godric's hollow didn't fall so much as hover, a gray mist that soaked everything without ever admitting it was weather. Satoru Gojo hated it. He hated the mist, he hated the narrow, crooked lanes, and he hated the fact that he'd spent the entire afternoon chasing the scent of something that kept dissolving right before he turned the corner. He stopped in the middle of the street, tilted his head up, and let the drizzle land on the black strip of cloth tied across his eyes. "Okay," he said, to nobody in particular. "Whoever you are, you can stop being coy. I'm going to find you either way. You want to be impressive, come out while I still care." Nothing answered. The mist curled against the base of a leaning lamppost and stayed where it was. He sighed and kept walking. 6 eyes saw the world the way other people saw the weather. Everything was present at once. Every living thing drawn in luminous threads. Every building sighing out its residue of habit and grief. England was loud, not people loud. It was loud the way an old teapot was loud, full of small, ordinary haunts that nobody who lived here even noticed anymore. A kitchen that had burned down and been rebuilt. A puppy buried in a garden. A couple who had argued in a bedroom for 40 years and still lived there. He liked it, actually. He would never admit that. He'd flown in on Yaga's orders to investigate what the International Jujutsu Union was calling a spike of residual cursed energy consistent with a Grade 2 event. Which was bureaucratic language, for we have no idea what this is. Please go look. Gojo had rolled his eyes at the briefing, bought himself an obscene amount of dango for the plane, and now here he was, 21 years old, soaking wet in a village he couldn't pronounce, on a night when everything felt wrong in a way that had nothing to do with weather. Halloween. Everybody's favorite night to be stupid. He turned a corner and everything changed. The mist broke like a curtain pulled aside. In front of him, a cottage stood with its roof blown half off and its front door hanging on one hinge. Light was still spilling out of it, but it wasn't candlelight. It was the afterglow of something he'd only felt twice before, once in the basement of an old shrine in Kyoto and once, briefly, inside himself. The raw echo of a soul being torn. "Well," he said quietly, "that's rude." He walked forward with his hands in his pockets. 6 eyes did the rest of the work. It read the ruin before he was halfway up the path. A man in the front hall, dead, wand in hand. No injury he could see, but the residue in his chest was cold and stopped, like a watch. A signature Gojo had never encountered before clung to the entire house. Thin, green, patient, and wrong. Whatever had killed the man hadn't just killed him. It had done so casually, as if removing a file from a drawer. Upstairs, a second signature. A woman, also dead. The same cold stop. And then in the nursery on the second floor, something else. He stopped at the foot of the stairs. His hand drifted up to the edge of his blindfold. There was a child alive in that room. He could tell because he could see its threads, and they were very bright, and they were tangled with something that should not have been there. A tight, coiled, oily little knot wedged against the child's forehead. A fragment of the same green signature that had killed the 2 adults, pressed into a living person like a splinter into skin. It had not gotten in by accident. Somebody had tried to put it inside that child, and it had not gone all the way in, and now the thing that had tried to put it there had been blown apart, and most of what remained of it was smeared through the cottage like a hit-and-run crash, except for that splinter. Gojo lifted his blindfold, just enough for one eye to see clearly. The air around him hummed. "Oh," he said, "you poor stupid little boy." He went up the stairs. The nursery door was half blown off its frame. He pushed through it with the flat of his hand and found what he was expecting and also not expecting. A crib. A child standing up in it, clinging to the bars, red-faced from crying but no longer crying, just watching. black hair sticking up every direction, eyes that were, in purely visual terms, green, but which 6 eyes rendered as a furious, brave, glowing gold. A cut on his forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt, blood drying on his cheek. And the splinter, right there, nestled in the raw meat of the wound, half in the skin, half in the child's spirit. "Hey," Gojo said, and crouched down so their faces were level. "Hey, buddy." The child stared at him with the flat, unimpressed expression only toddlers and cats could manage. "You know what? That's fair," Gojo said. "I wouldn't trust me either." He reached through the crib bars with one gloved finger. The child, to his mild surprise, didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Gojo pressed the pad of his finger against the edge of the scar very gently. He felt the splinter flinch away from his cursed energy like a worm rolling off a hot stone. "Yeah," he murmured. "I see you. Stay put." He straightened up and looked around the room. Plush stag on the floor. A half-eaten piece of chocolate wand melted into the rug. Picture frames on the wall. A wedding photograph and a shot of a dog-faced man grinning over a baby's head. The dog-faced man had a good face. The child in the picture was laughing. Gojo spent exactly 1 second absorbing the difference between the room as it had been 4 hours ago and the room as it was now. And then he moved on, because if he let himself feel it, he'd set something on fire, and he'd promised Shoko he was going to try to be grown up this trip. Boots on the stairs, suddenly. Heavy. Stumbling. Gojo flicked his blindfold back into place and turned. The man who burst into the nursery was enormous in every direction, with a beard that took up most of his chest and eyes that were already red from weeping. He took one look at the crib, made a sound like a small animal being crushed, and reached for the child with hands the size of dinner plates. "Lily," the giant man choked. "Lily, James." Gojo put one palm up, just one. He didn't touch the man. He didn't need to. The air in front of his hand refused to let anything through. The big man slammed into it, blinked, stepped back, and tried to reach around. His hand stopped in midair, half an inch from the invisible wall. "What?" the big man said. "What? Who are you? Get out of my..." "Easy," Gojo said. "Easy, breathe, I'm a friend, kind of. Who are you?" "Hagrid," the man said in exactly the tone of a man who had never introduced himself to anyone before and had no backup script. "Rubius Hagrid, keeper o' keys at Hogwarts. I was sent by Professor Dumbledore T. Fetch young Harry." "Harry." Gojo crouched again, looked at the kid, and beamed. "Your name's Harry. That's a great name, Harry. 10 out of 10. "Bah," Harry said. "He agrees," Gojo translated. "Hagrid, listen. I'm going to let you into this room because you've got tears on your beard and anyone who cries that honestly isn't dangerous. But I'm keeping my hand up, okay? Just in case." "Just in case of what?" Hagrid whispered, still staring at the crib. "In case somebody gave me a reason." Something in Gojo's tone made Hagrid close his mouth. Gojo dropped the wall. Hagrid stepped forward in a rush, collected Harry out of the crib in a single careful sweep of his arms, and let out a wet, shuddering breath against the child's hair. Gojo gave him a minute because he was a terrible person, but not a completely terrible person. "You said Dumbledore sent you," he said, when Hagrid's shoulders had stopped shaking. "Who's Dumbledore?" "Greatest wizard alive," Hagrid said automatically. "Headmaster, he's on his way." "Great, I want to meet him." "Why?" Gojo took his blindfold off again. He did it slowly this time because he wanted Hagrid to see. 6 eyes, at full burn, had a specific look. The pupils became too bright for the irises to contain. The whites took on a faint internal glow. Gojo had lived with it long enough to know that most people, when they saw him like this, understood on an animal level that they were looking at something that did not belong to their world. Hagrid made another small crushed noise, but he didn't step back. "Because," Gojo said, very quietly, "there is something inside your little friend's forehead that doesn't belong there. And I want to know what your Dumbledore plans to do about it, because if his plan is hope for the best, I'm going to have words." "Inside his, what yeah," a new voice from the doorway. "He is telling the truth." Gojo turned. A tall, bony old man stood there in silver robes with a beard that made Hagrid's look like a weekend project. Gojo ticked down the signatures on the air. Cursed energy, wild and untrained by any standard the Jujutsu schools would recognize, but vast, old, careful. Not malicious, not kind, thoughtful. Albus Dumbledore, I assume, Gojo said. You assume correctly, young man. The old wizard's eyes flicked from Gojo to Harry to Hagrid and back. And you are not a student of any magical school on this island. Nope. And yet, Dumbledore said mildly, you found us before we found you, on a night that almost no one in the country would have noticed in time. Gojo grinned at him. The grin was not friendly. Full disclosure, old man, I'm a sorcerer, different flavor than you. I was in the neighborhood because my people track a very particular kind of bad thing, and the bad thing that tried to hurt this kid tonight was the same kind of bad thing I track. I want 3 answers. 1, what was his name? 2, is he dead? 3, who was supposed to take care of this boy now? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment over the tops of his half-moon spectacles. His name, he said, was Lord Voldemort. He is, for the moment, no longer embodied. He is, I fear, not yet dead. Cool, and the kid. Harry's mother gave her life protecting him tonight. The curse that should have taken him rebounded on the caster. Not rebounded, redirected. Big difference. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Explain. When somebody attacks a baby with a soul-splitting technique and the technique backfires, it doesn't evaporate. The technique has to land somewhere. Physics. Gojo waved a hand vaguely. Soul physics, if you want to be fancy. Anyway, something from your Voldemort just got wedged in your Harry's forehead. It's alive in there. Quiet, yes, asleep, very likely to start whispering in about 10 years, you follow. Hagrid was staring at Dumbledore with an expression of dawning horror. Dumbledore, to his credit, did not look surprised. He looked tired. That is among my concerns, yes. Okay, question 3, who's taking him? Dumbledore hesitated. It was a very small hesitation, but Gojo caught it. Sirius Black, Dumbledore said, is his godfather. However, in light of tonight's events, Sirius's situation is complicated. My intention had been to place Harry with his mother's sister and her husband. They are Muggles, non-magical, and his blood relation to Lily will, I believe, invoke a protective charm. Muggles, Gojo said. So non-sorcerers, regular people. Quite. Who know nothing about what just happened to this kid. Not at the present moment number, who can't see, sense, or fight the thing that is right now sitting inside your godson's face. They can't see it, number, but, and this is the plan, Gojo said. This is the actual plan. You are planning to leave a boy with a soul splinter of a dark wizard living in his forehead with 2 people who can't perceive the splinter and don't know it exists. They will love him, not the question. The blood protection, also not the question. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. Hagrid looked between them with his mouth open. Harry reached up with one very small hand, grabbed a fistful of Hagrid's beard and yanked on it. Hagrid did not notice. Young man, Dumbledore said, in a tone that suggested many people had shriveled at it. You have come into a country that is not yours, a magical culture that is not yours, on a night of profound tragedy, and you are telling me how to raise a child I have known since he was born. Yeah, Gojo said. I would ask what gives you the right. Gojo tipped his head toward Harry. What's sitting in his scar? There was a long silence. Rain thudded against the hole in the roof. I can take that thing out of him, Gojo said, quieter now. I don't know if I can do it tonight. I don't know if I can do it in a year. It's lodged in places that aren't exactly physical, but I can watch it every day. I can feel it stir 10 seconds before it moves. I can kill it the moment it tries to touch him from the inside. There are 3 people on this planet who can do that. One of them is me. The other 2 are dead and in Kyoto, respectively. So honestly, one of them. Dumbledore exhaled through his nose. And you expect me to hand him to a stranger. I expect you to choose between a stranger who can see what's in his forehead and a sister-in-law who can't. The protection. Can you put a second protection on top of a first protection? Dumbledore hesitated. In principle, if the second is strong enough. Then let me stack mine on top of yours. Blood charm, family charm, whatever ritual you want. I'll adopt him in whatever paperwork you need. He keeps the name his mother gave him. I'll bring him back to you once a year, or once a month, or once a week, you pick. I'll let you teach him the wizard stuff when he's ready. Your school, your customs, your Letteralland robes. I'm not trying to steal your culture from him, old man. I'm trying to keep him alive until he's old enough to want it." Silence again. Hagrid was crying quietly into Harry's hair. Harry, secure in Hagrid's vast arm, yawned an enormous yawn, the kind that only very small children could produce without dislocating their jaw. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, something in them had moved. "Walk with me," he said. "Where?" "The garden. We will not wake him further." They stood beside the ruined cottage under a sky that had finally stopped spitting. Hagrid stayed in the nursery, rocking Harry with the kind of absolute concentration only very large, very soft people could bring to a very small, very breakable thing. Dumbledore pulled his wand out, drew a circle in the air, and the air inside the circle went thick and private so that their words stayed with them. "Tell me your name," he said. "Satoru Gojo. And your credentials, Satoru Gojo. I'm the strongest." Dumbledore's mouth moved in something that wasn't quite a smile. An unusually bold claim. "It's not a claim, it's a job description. In my world, there are people born with certain inherited techniques. The families that have them treat the techniques like crowns. Mine is older than most of their crowns. 6 eyes. Limitless. I see what you saw me do with my hand in the nursery. It's one of the tamer applications." "Limitless," Dumbledore repeated. "Not literally. I have to breathe and sleep and eat and tell bad jokes or I get twitchy. But the thing on Harry's forehead is not going to get past me. I promise you that." "Promises," Dumbledore said, "have been broken before tonight." "Yeah," Gojo said, "but mine don't break easily." He looked up at the ruined roof. He thought about James and Lily Potter, whom he had never met and would now never meet, and about a photograph of a man with a dog face laughing with a baby on a rug. He thought about Riko Amani, who had been 13 and had wanted to eat ramen for her last meal, and about the rain on that rooftop 2 years ago. He thought about how nothing he did ever actually saved anyone if you were keeping score, because people always slipped out of his hands on their own schedules. He also thought about how that had never once been a reason to stop trying. "I don't get to have a lot of things, old man," he said. "I'm the kind of strong that makes a person lonely. I'm not doing this because I think I'll be good at it. I'll be bad at it, probably. I'll feed him weird candy. I will buy him dangerous toys. I will let him skip school. You're going to hate me in 10 years when he shows up at your castle, Mouthy." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I imagine I will. But he won't be dead, and the splinter in his head won't have turned him. That's what I can offer. You take it or you leave it." Dumbledore looked at him a long time. 6 eyes at that distance couldn't quite read the old man's threads. Dumbledore was too layered, too many self-imposed locks. Gojo respected that in the detached way he respected any construct that had clearly been built to withstand him. "There is a protection," Dumbledore said finally, "in blood. Lily's sister shares Lily's blood. It would have been a strong ward. So I'm told. It would not have been total. I had planned to supplement it. Monitoring, visits, other measures. So you had a plan B. I always have a plan B, a small, self-aware pause. Usually more. Good, me too. Very well, Satoru Gojo, Dumbledore sighed. Let me see your soul. Pardon, if I am to give a magical child into the care of a sorcerer from another tradition, I would like to see the floor plan of the house I am putting him in. Gojo laughed. That's fair. He took his blindfold all the way off and handed it to Dumbledore like a coat. Dumbledore lifted his wand and murmured something. A thin silver thread floated from the tip of his wand and touched the space over Gojo's heart. Gojo felt it. It did not hurt. It went through him like a hand dipped into a river. It drew up what it found and showed it to Dumbledore very politely. Dumbledore stood very still for a long moment, then he lowered the wand. You are, he said, a very dangerous young man. Yep, and a very sad one. Everyone who can see me says that. You love stupidly. Nobody's ever said that one. I did. Dumbledore handed Gojo his blindfold back. I will let you take him, on conditions you and I will write letters. When he is 11, he will come to Hogwarts if he wishes. You may come with him in whatever capacity he chooses. You will not lie to him about his parents, his country, or his scar. Deal. And Satoru. Yeah, if you fail him, I will find you, and you will discover that my limitless and yours are different. Gojo grinned. I look forward to the visit. They shook hands. Dumbledore's grip was surprisingly strong. They went back into the cottage. Hagrid, red-eyed, looked up as they entered. Professor, Hagrid said. Rubeus, Dumbledore said gently. A change of plan. Harry will not be going to Privet Drive tonight. Where's E goin' then? Dumbledore looked at Gojo. Gojo looked at Harry. Tokyo, Gojo said. Kid's going to love the food. Hagrid stared. Then, to his own visible surprise, he laughed. A wet, broken laugh, but a real one. He bent and kissed the top of Harry's head. You look after I am, sir, he said, and handed Harry to Gojo. Gojo took him. Harry was heavier than he looked and lighter than he felt. He made a small, irritated noise at the handoff, found Gojo's collar, decided it was acceptable, and went limp against him. Gojo looked down at the small, sleeping face. The scar shone dully under the nursery's broken light. The splinter inside it dreamed of something Gojo could not quite name. Hey, kid, he said. Welcome to the rest of your life. Try not to be boring. The journey back was unglamorous. Dumbledore opened some kind of transport corridor that smelled like brass and cinnamon and deposited them at an embassy in London. Gojo, Harry, and one emergency diaper bag Hagrid had conjured out of nowhere, caught a commercial flight under an alias, and slept most of the way over Siberia. Harry, to Gojo's enormous relief, did not cry on the plane. He stared out the porthole for 3 hours at the clouds, and every time the engines made a noise he looked at Gojo as if to confirm that the noise was acceptable. When Gojo said, "Yep, that's allowed," Harry nodded like a small, dignified king granting permission and went back to staring out the window. "Kid," Gojo said around hour 4, "you're freaking me out a little." Harry drooled on his shoulder with the kind of focused commitment a lesser soul would have found insulting. Tokyo was a slap of heat and neon after the English mist. Gojo took a cab to Jujutsu High because he didn't feel like flying over the city at 3 in the morning with a toddler in his arms. Principal Yaga was waiting for him at the front gate. Yaga did not look surprised to see a baby. Yaga had stopped allowing himself to look surprised at anything Gojo did roughly 6 years ago. "What is that?" Yaga said. "This is Harry. Where did you get him?" "England." "Why? Somebody tried to shove a soul fragment into him on Tuesday." Yaga closed his eyes. He kept them closed for a long time. When he opened them, he looked older. "Put him to bed," he said. "We will discuss this over coffee at a reasonable hour, not now." "Yaga-sensei," Gojo said seriously, "I'm adopting him." "I understand. Formally, I understand." "Yaga." "Satoru," Yaga said, in the voice he only used 2 or 3 times a year. "I understand." Gojo carried Harry through the dark corridors of the school he had grown up in, past the dormitory he had slept in as a student, to a guest room that had been built for visiting family and had never been used. He laid Harry down on the futon and watched him for a while. Harry slept with his mouth slightly open and one fist against his cheek. The splinter in his forehead was quiet, coiled around itself like a snake asleep in a pot. Gojo sat cross-legged beside him and did not sleep. He didn't need to. 6 eyes saw better in the dark than in the light. Around 3:30, the splinter twitched. Gojo's hand was already on it before it had finished the motion. He didn't remove it, not yet. He only pressed his cursed energy into the edges of it, the way a good mother presses the blanket down around the edges of a toddler who has kicked it off, and felt the splinter curl inward again, defeated. "Try that again," he told it, "and I will introduce you to my one other technique." The splinter did not try again, not that night. Around 5 in the morning, while the sky over Tokyo was turning that particular apologetic blue that only lasted 9 minutes, a soft knock sounded at the door. Iiri Shoko, 2 years younger than Gojo and already more tired than most people twice her age, slipped in with a cigarette between her fingers and a cup of coffee in each hand. She looked at the sleeping child, she looked at Gojo, she looked at the child again. "Satoru," she said. "Yeah, is this a kidnapping?" Number, is this a baby? Yes. Is this your baby? It is now. Shoko took a long sip of coffee. She handed him the second cup. Well, she said, you were going to ruin your life eventually. At least this is a cute way. He didn't cry on the plane, Gojo said, a little wondering. That's because he knows what's coming. Shoko, I'm going to run every scan in the basement on him tomorrow. Thank you. I'm going to charge you for it. Fair. And if you ever call me in the middle of the night again because you can't figure out how to work a bottle warmer, I will feed you to Yaga's dolls. Noted. Shoko sat down beside him. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Harry slept. The splinter stayed curled up. The sky continued turning blue through the thin paper screens. Somewhere in the school, a tea kettle whistled. Somewhere much further away, across 9,000 kilometers of ocean, a cottage in a small English village was being sealed and warded and cried over. He's got green eyes, Shoko observed after a while. Yeah, he's going to grow up beautiful. Yeah, he is going to grow up insane. Well, yeah. Shoko laughed once, soft enough not to wake him. Welcome to fatherhood, idiot. I'm going to be terrible at this. Yes. Shoko, I'm going to actually be terrible at this. I don't know how to do this. Nobody does. You'll be fine. You'll also be terrible. Both things will be true. She leaned her head briefly against his shoulder and then pulled back again. What's his name? Harry. Gojo looked down at the sleeping face. Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Gojo. Harry Potter, Gojo, Gojo said and tried it out on his tongue. Yeah, that works. Outside, Tokyo began to wake up. A paper boy's bicycle passed under the window. A cat yowled somewhere down the block. A curse, ordinary, feeble, not even enough to bother eating, wandered out of an alley 3 streets over and was absorbed by Megumi's father, a man neither Gojo nor Shoko knew was still alive, who would be dead in 4 months, and whose son would live in the same school where this strange new child was now sleeping. Gojo didn't see any of that, because even 6 eyes couldn't see through the future. He only saw Harry breathing in and breathing out. He only felt the splinter in the scar curl smaller, 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 defeated for tonight, plotting for tomorrow. Hi, he said to the splinter quietly so as not to wake the child. I see you. I'm going to be the worst 10 years of your life. Sleep tight. Masamichi Yaga was not a man who wasted mornings. He rose at 4:45 every day, did 90 push-ups in the garden so as not to wake his dolls, drank bitter tea out of a cup so old it looked as if it might crumble if you set it down wrong, and then did paperwork until the first bird sang. By 6, when the rest of Jujutsu High stirred, the principal had usually done more work than most sorcerers accomplished in a week. On the morning after Satoru Gojo came home from England with a toddler, Yaga was already on his 3rd stack of paperwork and his 5th cigarette when Gojo walked into his office without knocking. No, Yaga said. I haven't said anything yet. No, whatever you are about to say. I want to enroll him. He's a year old. Pre-enrollment, reservation of slot, like daycare, you do it for the good families. Satoru, Yaga-sensei, Gojo leaned on the desk. Harry was asleep in a sling against his chest, face pressed into the fabric of Gojo's uniform. If you are going to make me ask, I will ask. I am asking, please. Yaga set down his pen. It was the please that did it. Yaga had known Gojo Satoru since the boy was 11 years old, and in all that time he could count on one hand the number of times the word please had exited Gojo's mouth without irony. 3 times by Yaga's count. 4 now. What happened in England? Yaga said. Gojo told him. Yaga listened, which was the thing Yaga was best at, better than he was at teaching or fighting or parenting his dolls. When Gojo was done, Yaga stared at the child pressed into Gojo's chest for a long time. Harry stirred, yawned, and burrowed deeper. The scar under his messy black hair was only half visible. Show me, Yaga said. Gojo lifted a gloved hand and traced the air above Harry's forehead. He pulled the scar's residue up, separated it from the child's own light, and let it hang for a moment so Yaga could see it with his own, ordinary eyes. The splinter, lifted half out of hiding by Gojo's technique, writhed. Yaga exhaled smoke slowly. You cannot remove it yet. Not without hurting him. Give me a few years. The original caster is not dead. Number, he is, however, not currently corporeal. Not currently number, he will attempt to find his fragment. Yes, from anywhere in the world. Probably eventually, yes. And you will be the wall he has to get through. Limitless is a pretty good wall, last I checked. Yaga closed his eyes, a weary, deep, familiar closing. Reservation granted, he said. Gojo grinned. Yaga-sensei, conditions. Of course. First, this is a school, not a nursery. Your rooms will be reassigned. You will move off campus into the instructor housing annex, and you will be present for your assigned missions. The child will have a rotation of caregivers here during your absences, all of whom I select. You will not override my selections. Deal. Second, Yuri will perform full cursed anatomy scans on him every month for the first year, every 3 months for the next 2 years, and annually thereafter until he is of an age to consent to their continuation. I will review every scan. Deal. Third, he will be raised bilingual, Japanese first, English alongside. If at some point he wishes to spend time among his biological people, we will facilitate it. You will not, and I want you to hear me very clearly, Satoru, you will not make him feel as if his parents' world was less real because you are now raising him in ours. Gojo looked down at Harry for a long moment. Yeah, he said. That's fair. Fourth, he will be told the truth about everything in ways suited to his age as his age demands it. If you lie to him about what sits inside that scar, you will answer to me, not to the International Union, to me, personally. Yaga-sensei, to me, personally, Satoru. Yes, yeah, okay, yeah. Yaga nodded once sharply and picked up his pen. Paperwork, full legal adoption. You will list Shoko Iiri as the guardian of record in the event of your death or incapacitation. I want 3 signatures on every page. Go. And Satoru. Yeah. Yaga did not look up. His pen moved over the first form in short, precise lines. You did a good thing last night. Gojo stood in the doorway with a sleeping child against his chest and nothing clever to say. He managed a small hem and walked out before he did something embarrassing like getting emotional in his principal's office. Shoko's scan room, in the basement of the main building, was her favorite part of the school. It had black walls because the walls fought her diagnostics if they were any other color. It had sigils on every panel because Yaga had drawn them there 2 decades ago when Shoko was still a first year, and she had never let anyone repaint over them. It smelled, faintly and permanently, of disinfectant and cloves. Harry, laid out on the examination futon, stared at the ceiling lamp with the considered gravity of a philosopher encountering his first insoluble problem. Shoko moved her hand in slow circles over his chest, and thin seams of reverse cursed light spilled from her palm and traced his ribs. Healthy, she murmured. Slightly underweight, no malnutrition. 2 unhealed bruises on the ribs old, about 4 days. He fell off something at home before all this. His liver is perfect. His heart is annoyingly loud. Like his godfather, then. Don't flatter yourself, you have no heart. Shoko's hand drifted up to Harry's neck, then along the line of his jaw, then delicately to the forehead. There you are. Oh, hello. Nobody's happy to see you, sweetheart. The scar. It's not just a scar. I'm going to be honest with you, Satoru. I've never seen anything like this. There's a miniature cursed tool structure in his forehead that's feeding on his own energy. Not parasite feeding, more like rent feeding. It's paying him in passive abilities he hasn't accessed yet. Parcel tongue, some low-grade empathic sensitivity, that kind of thing. In exchange, it lives in him. A tenant, a bad tenant, the kind that invites friends over. Gojo watched Harry's face. If I tried to pull it today, you'd kill him. If I tried in a year, hurt him badly, maybe cripple the part of his soul that does language. In 10 years, 10 years maybe, 12 is safer. By then the bond will have weakened enough that his body will have made itself new scaffolding. You'll be able to cut the tenant out without bringing down the building. 12 years. 12 years, Satoru. And you are going to have to watch it sit there and grow with him for every one of those years and not touch it. I can do that. I know you can. She pulled her hand back. The reverse cursed threads faded. Harry, entirely unimpressed by having been the subject of a near-unique magical examination, reached up with one small sock-covered foot and tried to put it in his own mouth. "He has no idea," Shoko said, watching him. He's going to be such a weird kid." "Yeah. I love him already, Satoru. That's bad. You know it's bad." "I know." The first attack came on the fourth night. Gojo had been waiting for it. He'd been too polite to tell Yaga he had been waiting for it, because telling Yaga would have meant admitting that he believed Voldemort or something left of him had enough coherence to reach across continents. And Gojo wasn't going to admit a thing like that out loud until it happened. He'd been sleeping, which for him meant sitting up against a pillar near Harry's crib with his eyes closed, and his awareness spread in a thin dome across the entire school. At 3:09 in the morning, something tested the dome. It was not a clumsy test. It was not an adult curse user wandering in, which he would have felt before they crossed the perimeter road. It was a thread, one single filament of green, thinner than a hair, reaching through the air from somewhere further than any human sensory organ could track. It did not push against his domain. It brushed it, probed, tasted. Gojo opened his eyes. The filament was hovering just above Harry's forehead, hesitating, not to attack Harry, to touch the splinter, to check, like a parent shaking a doorknob, whether the part of itself it had left behind was still alive. "Hi again," Gojo said quietly. The filament recoiled. No, Gojo said. "Stay a second, I want to say hi properly." He did not move. Moving would have broken the geometry. Instead, he let infinity tilt, very slightly, at exactly the wrong angle for the filament, a trap that made its edges curl inward, constricting. The filament thrashed. Gojo watched it for a moment with mild interest, then closed his palm in the air. There was no sound. The filament simply ceased to be. Somewhere, very far away, a fragment of a disembodied wizard's residual will shrieked in silent outrage at a universe that had, inexplicably, acquired a door it could not open. Harry, in his crib, did not wake up. He sighed in his sleep, rolled onto his side, and put his thumb in his mouth. "Good boy," Gojo whispered. "You keep sleeping. Dad's got this one." He heard the word dad in his own voice a half-second after it left him, and for a moment he sat absolutely still with the strangest feeling he had ever felt, a feeling that did not fit in any of the categories his 19 years of combat training had prepared him for. He looked at the sleeping boy, at the scar, at the small, unbothered face. "Yeah," he said finally to nobody but himself. "Yeah, okay, that was the word." Outside, the wind moved in the bamboo. A night bird called once. The splinter in the scar curled smaller. The dome over the school tightened by a measurable increment. A filament on the other side of the world could not find its way through, and would not find its way through for a very long time. Satoru Gojo sat awake until dawn. He did not close his eyes even once. The sun came up on Jujutsu High the way it always came up on Jujutsu High, over the eastern hills, through the bamboo, across the slate roof of the main hall, and into the small guest room on the third floor where a young man who had never expected to be a father was now sitting beside a sleeping child and making a list. The list was on a piece of graph paper. Gojo wrote it in blue pen, in his tiny, ugly handwriting that none of his teachers had ever been able to make him improve. Number 1, find out what an infant actually eats. Number 2, find out how often. Number 3, ask Shoko. Number 4, buy Harry an actual crib that isn't a guest futon. Number 5, baby-proof infinity. Can infinity be baby-proofed? Look into this. Nobody has ever had to baby-proof infinity. History is being made. Number 6, find Sirius Black. He paused at number 6 and tapped the pen against his lip. Dumbledore had said Sirius's situation was complicated. Gojo had read between the lines of that particular sentence with all 6 of his eyes. Complicated in a wizard's mouth usually meant one of 3 things: dead, framed, or both. If Harry had a godfather walking around who loved him, Gojo was going to find him and either invite him to Tokyo or at least make sure the man didn't rot in a cell his entire life over a technicality. He drew a star next to number 6 and moved on. Number 7, teach kid Japanese. Number 8, teach kid English. Number 9, teach kid manners. Outsource, definitely outsource. Number 10, do not teach kids sarcasm until at least age 8. Harry woke around 7:30. He did it the way he did everything so far, which was quietly, with immense dignity, and with an expression that suggested he was reserving judgment. He sat up, looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, looked at Gojo, and held out both hands. Gojo picked him up. Harry put his cheek against Gojo's shoulder and let out a small, contented huff, as if confirming a theory. "Yeah, buddy," Gojo said softly. "I know, I'm not the one you wanted. I'm what's left. Sorry, we'll make it work." He carried Harry down to the kitchen, where Nanami Kento, 14 years old and already dressed in a suit too neat for a teenager, was making toast at the counter with the ferocity of someone who had been personally insulted by yesterday's toast. "Gojo-senpai," Nanami said without looking up. "There is a baby in your arms." "Yes, there is, Nanamin. Please don't call me that. Nanamin. Who does the baby belong to?" "Me." Nanami's butter knife paused in midair. He turned his head very slowly and looked. Harry stared back at him with enormous green eyes. "Gojo-senpai," Nanami said carefully, "did you commit a crime?" "Number, are you certain?" 92% certain." "Gojo-senpai." "Nanamin, meet Harry. Harry, meet Nanami Kento. He is going to be your favorite uncle when you grow up because he is the only adult in this building who will give you a straight answer about anything." "I am not his uncle." "You kind of are." "I am 14. Uncles can be 14. "They cannot." Nanami set down his knife, wiped his hands on a towel, and approached with the air of a man approaching an unexploded ordnance. He crouched to Harry's eye level. Harry considered him gravely. Nanami considered Harry gravely. They looked at each other for a good 4 seconds in total silence. "Hello, Harry," Nanami said finally. "I am sorry for your circumstances." "Bah," said Harry. "Yes, exactly." Nanami stood up. He turned back to the counter. He resumed making toast with the exact same intensity as before. After a moment, without turning around, he said, "I will fold his laundry on weekends." "Nanamin, do not thank me. It is not for you." "I wasn't going to thank you." "Yes, you were." "Okay, I was. Thank you. Do not mention it ever again." Harry, nestled in Gojo's arms, made a small sound that if Gojo squinted was very nearly a laugh. Outside the kitchen window, Tokyo was alive with the sound of 1,000 unrelated lives starting their days. A paper boy, a fishmonger, a bus grinding its brakes. Across 9,000 kilometers, in a ruined English cottage, Albus Dumbledore was already back at his castle, writing a letter he would not send for 10 years. Across a different set of kilometers, in a dockside prison on a rock in the North Sea, a man with a dog-haunted face was screaming silently at a wall, and did not yet know that anyone was coming to find him. In the kitchen of Jujutsu High, a toddler and a teenager and a sorcerer drank, respectively, formula, tea, and coffee, and did not speak much, because the morning did not require it. For the first time since he was 6 years old, Satoru Gojo felt something in his chest that was not exhaustion, and was not loneliness, and was not pride. He did not have a word for it. He decided, sitting there, that he did not especially need one yet. Harry, wedged comfortably against his collarbone, watched the sunlight move across the tile floor, and did not know any of his own future, and was, for the moment, completely unafraid. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, Cursed Scars. By the time Harry was 7 years old, he had decided 3 things with great certainty. First, his father was a liar. Satoru Gojo told Harry every single morning over breakfast that he was the strongest sorcerer alive, and then every single morning Harry watched him walk into the kitchen, trip over the cat, spill coffee on his shirt, and say a word Nanami had made him promise never to say in front of Harry. A truly strong man did not trip over the cat. The cat was a small and quite slow cat. Second, his uncle Nanami was the most important person in the world. Nanami was the one who cut the crusts off his sandwiches at exactly the right angle. Nanami was the one who remembered which shirt Harry hated because it itched. Nanami was the one who explained things like taxes, whether wanted or not. Nanami was 11 years older than Harry and treated him like a business partner he'd been personally assigned by an indifferent cosmos, and Harry respected that enormously. Third, the scar on his forehead had a name. The third thing was a secret. Harry had figured it out himself at 5, when he'd woken up in the middle of the night and heard someone whispering. He'd sat up in his bed and looked around and seen nobody, and then he'd understood the whisper was inside his own head. It had said nothing alarming. It had only, very softly, said the word Harry, as if testing the shape of the word on a tongue that did not have a tongue. Harry had said out loud, "Stop it," and the whisper had stopped. He had not told his father. His father was tricky about things in Harry's head. Harry did not know exactly why, but he had learned very early that when Gojo's smile went a particular careful shape, it meant the thing they were talking about was bigger than Gojo wanted Harry to know. The scar had that shape attached to it. So Harry had kept the whisper to himself, and over the next 2 years, he had gotten to know it the way some children got to know an invisible friend. He called it, privately, the lodger. The lodger did not like loud noises. The lodger did not like Nanami. The lodger liked snakes, which Harry had discovered because he had spent an entire afternoon at UNO Zoo talking to a rock python named Basil, and his father had come to collect him with an expression that was, briefly, not entirely normal. "Harry," Gojo had said in the car on the way home very carefully, "did you enjoy your conversation with the snake?" "Yes, Basil is very nice. He is sad about his rock." "Good, good." "Hey, kiddo, you know how you can talk to snakes?" "Yes, most people can't do that." "Okay, do you know how you're doing it?" Harry had thought about this seriously. He was 7. He had already learned from Gojo that most questions had one kind of right answer and most questions had a different kind of right answer, and that the trick was telling the two apart. This one, he felt in his bones, was the second kind. "I just sort of do it," he had said. "Okay, buddy. Is it bad?" Gojo, one hand on the steering wheel, had looked at him for a long moment. Harry had learned over the years to read the blindfold his father wore the way other children read facial expressions. A tightening at the corners, a tilt, a slight, almost imperceptible still. "No," Gojo had said finally, "it's not bad, it's just yours, and that makes it something we take care of, like a knife. A knife isn't bad. A knife cared for badly is. Okay, don't talk to snakes in front of strangers. Okay, even friendly ones. Okay, Papa." And that had been the end of it, more or less. The lodger had whispered approvingly in the back of Harry's head, and Harry had not liked the approval at all and had privately decided that afternoon that he would never let the lodger enjoy anything he did ever again on purpose. It was an arrangement. The training room in the south wing of Jujutsu High had a wooden floor that was older than most countries, and it had a crack running diagonally across 3 of its planks that Megumi Fushiguro, aged 8, was currently trying not to step on. Megumi was 2 years older than Harry, had moved into the school the year before under a cloud of family circumstances nobody would explain to Harry, and possessed, as a result of those family circumstances, one very serious face and one even more serious dog. "You're supposed to punch me," Harry said. "I'm not going to punch you." Papa said. "Papa is an idiot." "Papa is not an idiot. Papa is the strongest." Both can be true. Megumi stood with his fists loosely curled at his sides. His black hair stuck out in every direction the way it always stuck out, as if he'd been dragged backwards through a bush that particular morning and hadn't had a chance to argue with it. His cursed energy, which Harry could see a little if he squinted, sat on his shoulders like a dark coat that didn't quite fit yet. The dog, a blackened white Shikigami the size of a bear cub that Megumi called Divine Dog White, sat in the corner and watched the two of them with its ears cocked politely. "Come on," Harry said. "Shoko-san says I need to be hit at least once today. She told Papa that it was good for my development." "Shoko-san is a terrible doctor." "Shoko-san is the best doctor." "Both can be true," Harry grinned. He made a small effort to compose his face and bowed correctly. Megumi bowed correctly back. They stood 6 feet apart, 7-year-old and 8-year-old, facing each other in the training room with the crack in the floor between them like a treaty line. Harry had developed, over the past year, a very specific style of movement. Gojo had not taught it to him on purpose. Gojo had taught him the principles, the spread of cursed energy, the feel of it in the lungs. The idea that the air around him was not empty, but was instead full of tiny, invisible levers you could press, if you could feel them. And then Gojo had cheerfully pointed out that Harry was built like a skinny fish, would never be a boxer, and should absolutely stop trying to punch Megumi like the boys on the television punched each other. Because the boys on the television were being paid to pretend and Harry was not. So Harry had learned to duck. He was unreasonably good at ducking. Even Megumi admitted it. He moved low, his weight always on the balls of his feet, his chin tucked, and the first lesson Gojo had drilled into him was you do not need to be where the fist is going. The second had been also, you can be exactly where the fist is going if you want, but only if you have pushed the fist so it misses anyway. The second lesson was much harder. Harry was still terrible at it. The first one he had almost down. Megumi came in with a left jab that was half speed because Megumi was kind. Harry slipped it by maybe 2 inches. Megumi followed with a right that was also half speed. Harry caught it on his forearm, turned his hip and pushed, not hard but honestly, and Megumi, who had been on the ball of his right foot, ended up briefly off balance. "Good," Megumi said. "I'm getting better." "Don't say that, you'll jinx it. Papa says only losers believe in jinxes." "I refer you to my prior statement. Papa is." They both stopped talking at the exact same moment. The door to the training room had opened. Kento Nanami, now 19, stood in the doorway in a suit so well-pressed it looked as if it had never once slouched in its entire life. He had been gone for a week, on a long mission in Sendai that neither Megumi nor Harry had been told the details of, because the details of the mission had involved 3 dead people and a bureau clerk who would not stop screaming. He looked, even from across the room, tired. He looked at Megumi and Harry, nodded once, and said, "Harry! Uncle Nanami!" Harry was across the room in about a second. Megumi was a second behind him. Nanami knelt, in his suit, on a wooden floor, and the knees of the suit would never forgive him, and accepted an enormous double hug with the dignity of a bureaucrat accepting a bribe he had already accounted for. "You are both alive," Nanami said, muffled into their hair. "Papa said you'd be gone all week," Megumi said. "I was gone all week. Today is next week. I'm back. Please let me up. I would like to sit down in a chair like a person." They let him up. Nanami brushed himself off, adjusted his tie, and sat with the finality of a man who was about to not move again for a very long time on the low bench along the wall. "I brought you presents," he said. "They are in my bag." "What are they?" Harry asked. "Books," said Nanami. "Books. Educational books. Educational books. I spent 6 hours of my mission in a train station without Wi-Fi and a used bookshop across the street," Nanami said. "I made decisions. I regret some of them, not all of them." "I love educational books," Megumi said, deadpan. "You do not love educational books, Fushiguro, but I thank you for the courtesy." Gojo arrived at that moment the way Gojo usually arrived, which was without making any sound until 1 inch past the point where you might have noticed him. He was suddenly leaning in the doorway with his hands in his pockets. "Nanaman, you survived. I always survive. The clerk did not." Gojo's mouth flattened. He turned his attention to Harry and brightened, in exactly the way a light bulb brightens when the wiring is fine but the bulb isn't. "Okay, training time's over. Dinner and bath and homework in that order, and Harry, we need to talk about something after." Harry felt a cold drop of something run down the back of his neck. His father's good moods had a certain particular wattage, and the wattage was wrong today. "Okay, Papa. Megumi, you are invited to eat with us if you have no other plans." "I never have other plans. Sad but useful." They filed out. Nanami stayed sitting on the bench with his eyes closed briefly before he heaved himself up and followed. Behind them, in the training room, the crack across the 3 planks of the floor pulsed once with a thin green light, so faint that only the Shikigami by the wall saw it, and then faded. Divine Dog white-wined and did not follow its master out. Dinner was judon from the place on the corner, eaten out of bowls at the low table in the guest quarters that Gojo had long since stopped calling guest quarters. Gojo let Harry eat seconds. Gojo let Megumi eat thirds. Nanami ate exactly 1 bowl, chewed every bite 30 times, and made them all drink water. Bath went without incident, apart from one sustained argument over whether bubbles counted as a vegetable, which Nanami adjudicated. Homework went without incident, apart from the fact that Megumi's kanji were better than Harry's in every significant respect, which Harry did not remotely mind because Megumi's kanji were his kanji too, more or less, inherited through shared desk and shared tutor. Then Megumi went to his own room. Nanami retreated to the instructor housing with 3 educational books under his arm and a promise that he would return in the morning. And Gojo sat cross-legged on the floor across from Harry in Harry's bedroom, which had, after a year's debate, been painted blue. Specifically a blue that Shoko had chosen, because Shoko was the only one of them who knew anything about color. "Harry, Papa, I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen all the way to the end and not freak out." "I don't freak out." "No, you don't. That's why I'm telling you." Gojo pulled his blindfold down to rest around his neck. His eyes, that particular impossible blue that had never looked like anything else Harry had ever seen, held Harry's gaze. "You know your scar is not an ordinary scar," Gojo said. "Yes, Papa." "You know I've told you that when a bad man tried to kill you when you were a baby, something of his got stuck in you." "Yes." "Well, the something has a name." Harry's heart thumped, but his face didn't move. He was Gojo's son. He'd practiced. "Its name," Gojo said carefully, "is Tom. Tom Marvolo Riddle, who grew up to call himself Voldemort, who is very dead and also somehow not, which is an annoying combination. The piece of him that is in your head is small and sleeping. It has been sleeping for 7 years. I have been watching it every single day since you came to live with me. Do you follow?" "Yes, Papa." "Sometimes the piece wakes up a little. Sometimes it will try to whisper things to you. I know it does. I have felt it try. I did not want to tell you about it too early because I did not want you to be scared of your own head. You are 7 now. You are old enough." Harry was silent for a moment. The lodger Tom, he had a name and the name was ugly, stirred faintly somewhere under his hairline. Harry pushed it mentally away. The lodger settled again, sullen. "I call him the lodger," Harry said. Gojo blinked. "Harry, I didn't tell you." "Harry, how long have you called him the lodger?" "Since I was 5. "Since you were, he whispered to me at night once. I told him to stop. He stopped. But I could still tell he was there. I named him." Gojo covered his face with one hand. "Papa, no, I'm proud. I am so proud. I am also going to have a stroke. Both things, please hand me some water." Harry handed him some water. Gojo drank all of it. "Harry, I need you to understand. The lodger is not a pet. He is not your friend. He is a person who wanted to murder you when you were a baby. He is small and asleep, but he is not a good thing. Even the fragments of bad people are bad. Do you understand?" "I understand. I never liked him. I only named him to keep track." "That is good thinking and bad words in sequence. Try again." "I keep him on a shelf," Harry said. "Like a dead bug in a jar, so I know where he is." Gojo stared at him. "Okay," Gojo said. "That works. Yeah, dead bug in a jar, that works. Will we let him out?" "Never. I will pull him out of you when you are older, not before. If I take him too early, I take parts of you with him. If I wait too long, he starts to talk to you in words you might want to listen to. So we're threading a needle. We've got 5 more years, maybe 6, okay?" "Okay, Papa. I'm sorry." "You don't have to be sorry. You didn't put him there." "Yeah, but I'm still sorry." Gojo moved to sit next to him. Harry leaned into him. It was the thing they did when there was nothing else to do. Gojo was warm in a way that regular people weren't, as if the cursed energy under his skin ran a few degrees hotter than human flesh. Harry had known the warmth since he was a baby, and it was, privately, the thing in the world he trusted most. "Papa!" "Yeah. If the lodger's friends come looking for him, will they come here?" Gojo was silent for a moment. "Yes," he said. "Yes, probably some of them might. What will happen? They will try to take him out of you. They will fail. I will fail them on their behalf." He paused. "Harry." "Yes. I want you to learn some things, faster than I was going to teach you. I want you to learn how to feel cursed energy in a room without looking. I want you to learn how to throw a weak barrier out of your own palm. I want you to learn to run toward me, not away from me if something strange happens. Not because I can't protect you at a distance, because I can. but because I would rather you be next to me, so that if I have to do something loud, I know where you are. Okay, Papa. We'll start tomorrow. Nanamin will help me. Megumi will help me. We'll make it a game. You'll hate it. Okay. Harry, yes, I love you. I know, Papa. I know you know I still say it. I love you too. They sat like that for a while. Eventually, Harry's eyelids got heavy. Eventually, Gojo picked him up without effort and put him in bed. Eventually, the light went off. In the dark, as Harry was falling asleep, the lodger stirred. He cannot keep me quiet forever, the lodger whispered. Yes, he can, Harry said in his head, because Harry was 7 and already tired of arguing. And he fell asleep. The attack came 2 days later, in the garden behind the main hall, and it did not come at Harry. It came at Megumi. Harry did not see the start of it, because Harry had been upstairs fetching his jacket, which he'd left in the library, which was 3 floors and 14 wrong turns away from where Megumi was standing with his shoes off at the edge of the koi pond. He'd been kneeling to feed Yaga's oldest koi, a fish named Dango who was older than most of the teachers. He'd had pellets in one hand and a shikigami standing on his right shoulder for the comfort of it. He had not seen, because nobody had seen, the curse come up out of the stones of the koi pond. It was a curse shaped vaguely like a man, if a man had been sculpted out of black oil by a sculptor who had only ever heard men described rather than seen one. It had no face, and it did not need one. It reached for Megumi's shadow, his actual shadow, on the stones, and began to pull. Megumi was good. Megumi was very good. Megumi had been Fushiguro Toji's son, and had been trained by Gojo Satoru for a year, and had the 10 shadows technique in his blood. He was, nevertheless, 8 years old. He got Divine Dog White out of his shadow in about 1/4 of a second, which was faster than Harry could have managed. He shouted not to call for help, but to fix the curse's attention and dove sideways, which was the correct thing to do. The curse, however, was not there for Megumi. Harry, jacket in hand, came out of the side door of the main hall and saw 2 things at once. He saw Megumi, rolling on the stones, with a shadow that had somehow extended away from his body and was trying to return. He saw the oil-shaped thing above the pond turning its faceless head toward the hall, toward the door Harry had just come out of, toward Harry. The scar on his forehead, which had been asleep for 5 solid days since the conversation with Papa, lit up like a match. Everything went slow, the way Papa had told Harry it would sometimes go slow when something important was happening. Harry heard his own heartbeat. He heard Megumi shouting at Divine Dog White to attack. He heard, very distantly, the lodger whispering a word Harry did not recognize. And he heard his father's voice in the back of his head from the last training session they had done. If something is coming for you, and you cannot run, and you have no weapons, put your hands up. Push cursed energy into your palms until your palms are hot. Do not try to do a barrier. Try to do a wall you can see, a wall you have to believe. Harry put his hands up. His palms went hot. He believed. The old curse crossed the garden in one long liquid stride and hit something in the air 8 feet in front of Harry. The something rippled. It held. Harry's wall was not infinity. Harry was 7. His wall was more accurately a single pane of very cheap invisible glass held together by stubbornness. But it was, for 1.5 seconds, a wall. The curse clawed at it. It began to get through. Megumi was there, suddenly. Divine Dog White was beside him. They had both crossed the garden in the 2 seconds the wall had bought. Megumi's face was white. He was shouting something Harry could not hear over the sound of his own heartbeat. Divine Dog White hit the curse from the side with the full weight of its shikigami bulk, and the 2 of them rolled. And then, on the roof of the main hall, Satoru Gojo stepped out of nothing. "Hi, kids," he said pleasantly. "Hi, curse. Goodbye, curse." He dropped into the garden. He did not land. He arrived on the ground as if the ground had politely moved up to meet him, and he crossed the distance between himself and the old curse in one unhurried walk. He did not raise his voice. He did not raise his hands. He passed his palm through the curse the way a man might pass his palm through smoke, and the curse came apart into 6 shrinking, mumbling pieces that crawled back toward the pond and could not find it. Divine Dog White backed up. Megumi sat down hard on the stones. Gojo did not look at the curse's remains. He walked to Harry, crouched, and put his hands on either side of Harry's face. "You okay?" "Papa, my scar, I know. My wall held." "I saw." "Papa, breathe, kiddo," Harry breathed. Gojo's thumbs very gently brushed the sides of his temples. "Okay," Gojo said. "Okay, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me the truth, even if the truth is weird. Did you ask the lodger for help? Did you let him do anything just now?" "No, Papa." "Harry, no, Papa, I didn't. He tried to talk, but I didn't listen. I did the wall myself." Gojo exhaled very slowly in a way that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob. "You did the wall yourself." "I did it myself." "Okay." He pulled Harry against his chest, and Megumi too, reaching over to yank Megumi into the hug by the collar, and Megumi, to his own mild embarrassment, allowed it. "Okay, okay, both of you, nobody dies today. Good job. Good job, both of you. Megumi, Divine Dog White looks tired, give her a break, good girl." Divine Dog White lay down on the stones and put her enormous head on her paws. "Papa," Harry said, muffled against Gojo's shoulder. "Somebody sent that curse." "Yes. Somebody who knew we were here." "Yes. What do we do?" Gojo held both of them tighter. The blindfold was pushed up into his hair. His eyes, Harry could see them from this close, the impossible blue of them, the strange underlight that Shoko had once said was the universe noticing itself, were steady and cold and also somehow amused. "We find them," Gojo said, "and we say hi, and they stop being a problem." Overhead, a crow landed on the roof, looked down at the scene, and cawed once. It sounded to Harry like a laugh. The scar on his forehead for the first time in weeks had gone entirely cold. The lodger was not sullen now. The lodger was, Harry realized, quietly and furiously afraid. Afraid of the man who was hugging him, afraid of the kind of safe Harry was. Harry took that information and filed it. "Papa," he said. "Yeah, kiddo. I want to learn faster. I know, not because I'm scared. I know, because I want to be the one who hugs somebody else next time." Gojo laughed. It was a real laugh this time, warm and surprised, and Harry felt it through his father's chest like a small earthquake. "Okay," Gojo said. "Okay, yeah, that's my boy, that's exactly right." He stood with Harry on one hip and Megumi firmly by the hand and walked them both back to the house. Behind them, the koi pond settled. Dango the old koi surfaced, chewed a pellet, and dove back down. Whatever had come through the stones had left no trace. But in Gojo's head, very far in the back, a calculation had changed. Someone in this country, or outside of it, had just tried to hurt his son. Whoever they were, they had made a mistake so large that they had not yet felt the size of it, and they would not feel the size of it for quite some time yet. But they were going to. Gojo would see to that personally. Harry, cheek against his father's shoulder, did not know any of that. He knew only that his father was warm, that his scar was quiet, and that Megumi was walking along beside them with Divine Dog White padding behind and a newly serious look in his eye. "Hey, Harry," Megumi said softly as they climbed the steps. "Yeah, thanks. For what?" "For putting a wall up in front of me, too." Harry thought about it. He had not exactly been thinking about Megumi. He had been thinking about the hall behind him, about the door he had come through, about the things inside the hall that might have been hurt. Megumi had been on the side, but the wall had been big. It had, in fact, covered Megumi. "You're my brother," Harry said slowly, trying the word out. "Right. That's the word." Megumi's face, stern and and absurdly adult, went briefly pink. "Yes," he said with great dignity. "That is the word." "Okay," Harry said. "Then you don't have to thank me." Gojo, above them both, said nothing. He only carried them inside. Behind him, the sky over Tokyo darkened one shade, the way the sky darkens when something in the universe quietly takes note. Finding whoever had sent the curse took 3 days, which Gojo privately thought was embarrassingly slow, and which Nanami privately thought was impressively fast. The difference in their estimates said something about both men, which Shoko, watching them argue in her lab, did not bother saying out loud. I want field logs from every grade 4 sighting within 4 prefectures for the last 6 months, Gojo said. I want patterns. I want the same sighting twice anywhere. Satoru, I know it's a lot. Get help. Ijichi owes me. Ijichi does not owe you. Ijichi has a stable life he likes. Ijichi owes me. Why? Because I say so. Nanaman, please. Nanami exhaled through his nose and walked out. When he came back 6 hours later, he had a stack of printouts 2 inches thick and a paper cut. He dropped the stack on the low table in Gojo's office and pointed, without sitting down, at 3 folders in the middle of it. These 3, he said. Mibashi, Takasaki, Chichibu, 3 towns within 90 minutes of Tokyo. 3 grade 4 sightings over 6 months. In each one, a junior exorcist reported that the curse's signature matched the description of the oil man we saw in the garden. In each one, the curse dissolved before the exorcist could finish the job. Dissolved on its own. The reports say dissolved. I think that means somebody recalled it. You think it was the same person sending it. I think it was the same person sending it and refining it. The reports describe the curse as weaker in Chichibu than in Mibashi, and weaker in Mibashi than in Takasaki. Inverse order. Someone is dialing it down, and then the latest attempt in Tokyo was at full strength. That suggests that they were tuning it, testing it. Testing it for what? For us. Gojo looked at the map Nanami had spread out on the table. He traced a finger from Mibashi to Takasaki to Chichibu to Tokyo. He did not touch Tokyo. The line made, very roughly, a spiral. They were walking it closer, Gojo said. Yes. They were practicing on small towns to figure out how to deliver it past my domain. Yes. They are not in Tokyo. I think, Nanami said carefully, they were in Chichibu when they sent the last one. That's what the trace residue suggests. But they are probably not there anymore. Gojo looked up. Go get Maki. Gojo-senpai, Maki is 13. Maki is 13 and the best tracker under 20 we have. Get Maki, I'll take her to Chichibu and we'll see if the house is still warm. Nanami hesitated. Harry, stays, Shoko and Yaga. Nobody is getting into this school while I'm gone. I've already stacked the barriers. If anybody gets past, Shoko will know before they are 2 feet inside and Yaga will personally break their teeth. All right. Nanaman. Yes. Thank you. For the paper. Nanami did not quite roll his eyes, but a lesser man would have. He walked out to find Maki. Harry, who had been sitting in the corridor outside the office with Megumi for the entire conversation because they were both obviously eavesdropping, stood up as his father opened the door. Papa. Yeah, kiddo. I'm coming. Number, Papa. Harry. Harry drew himself up to his full and unimpressive height. He looked up at his father with the specific face Gojo had learned to be cautious of over the last year, which was the face Lily Potter had apparently used on her own relatives when she was about to get her way. Papa, if somebody is trying to pull a piece of me out of my head, I should be there when you find them. Not to fight, just to be there. Harry, I will stand behind you the whole time. Harry, I will stand behind Makini the whole time. Gojo closed his mouth. He crouched. He put both hands on his son's shoulders. Harry, I say this with love. If you come, I spend half my attention making sure you are behind me. And if I spend half my attention doing that, then my other half has to be enough for everything else. And my other half is enough for everything else. But every minute I make you stay here is a minute where my entire attention is free. Do you understand the math, kiddo? Harry thought about it. He did not like the math. He thought about it some more. Okay, he said finally. I'll stay. Good boy. But yes. You have to come back and tell me what they looked like. Deal. And if you kill them, Harry, I am not going to. If you kill them, you tell me you killed them. You don't lie to me and say they got away. Gojo opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, closed it again. I will tell you, he said very quietly. I will always tell you. Harry nodded once, small and serious. He turned and walked away down the corridor. Megumi, at his side, did not take his eyes off the back of his brother's head all the way to the end. Chichibu, at night, smelled like pine needles and exhaust and cheap coffee from a convenience store that would not close until 1 in the morning. Gojo, not blindfolded, not hooded, hands in pockets, walked past the convenience store and did not go in. Maki Zenin, 13 years old, walked behind him with a wooden training sword held loosely at her hip and her glasses pushed up her nose. "Here," she said, in the tone of someone who had rediscovered a favorite scent. "Left at the shrine." They turned left at the shrine. They walked 3 blocks. They stopped outside a narrow house with paper screens in the upstairs windows and a small, unkempt garden full of dead hydrangeas. "Here," Maki said. "Definitely here. I can taste it." "Good." Gojo stretched his shoulders. "How many in there?" 3, 1 big, 2 small." "Define big." "Big enough that I wouldn't fight him alone, Gojo-sensei." "Good judgment, Zenin. You'll fight him with me." "Is that a promise or a warning?" "Yes." They went through the front door without knocking. Gojo opened it by touching the lock and applying the particular kind of pressure that all locks eventually submitted to. The entryway was dark. The air smelled of stale tobacco and something chemical underneath. On the wall, a single piece of paper was pinned with a brass tack. Gojo looked at it. It was a photograph. A young woman, dark-haired, smiling. The eyes of the woman in the photograph were Lily Potter's. Gojo did not speak. He walked past the photograph. Maki, who had never seen Lily Potter, did not know why her teacher's shoulders had gone quite still. In the back room, 3 men were sitting around a low table. 2 of them were ordinary cursed users, the kind Gojo had broken an arm of 3 years ago in Osaka without bothering to learn their names. The third was larger, older, missing an eye, wearing a coat that did not fit the weather. He did not look up as Gojo entered. "Satoru Gojo," he said. "I expected you on Monday." "It's Wednesday." "I am disappointed in your punctuality." "Yeah, well, traffic. Who are you?" "Nobody you will remember next week." The man stood. "I was paid to deliver the boy. I have failed. I will receive no second commission. That is, in itself, a kind of failure I would like to remedy in person." "Paid by who?" "Death Eaters in part. British. Men who worship the late Voldemort and would like his fragment returned to them. Also in part by a consortium closer to home who has learned of the boy's existence through less direct channels. Also in part," the man smiled, showing 3 gold teeth, "by ambition." "Cool," Gojo said. "All 3 of those answers are death sentences, by the way." "You want me to go in order or pick?" "Pick." Gojo, without apparent haste, walked around the low table. He did not touch the 2 lesser cursed users. The 2 lesser cursed users, to their credit, did not attempt to fight. They stood up, both of them very slowly, and held up their hands. "We surrender," one of them said, in a voice that had not been used in a while. "Noted," Gojo said. "Maki Zenin style, restrain." Maki was across the room. The 2 lesser cursed users were on the floor, bound and gagged with a cord Maki kept for exactly this kind of contingency, in a speed Gojo remembered fondly from his own first fieldwork year. She stepped back, sword still in hand, and watched her teacher approach the big man. "You have 10 seconds, Gojo said, to tell me where the consortium closer to home is." "I will not." 9. "You think I 8. I have in my lifetime 7. Endured worse interrogations than 6, and also I will actually kill you, so pace yourself." The big man's one eye flickered. He opened his mouth. He closed it. He looked over Gojo's shoulder at Maki, at the 2 bound curse users, at the exits, at the odds, at everything. Then, with a great and professional resignation, he sat back down. "Kyoto," he said. "There's a dentist, Dr. Nashimoto. He is the ledger." "Thank you." "You will not actually kill me, I assume." "I will not actually kill you. I will, however, strip every drop of your cursed energy out of your body permanently and send you to the Jujutsu Union with a note. By the time you are done explaining yourself, in 6 months or so, you will be alive, free, and unable to curse a spoon. Okay?" The big man did not say okay. He closed his remaining eye. Gojo very quickly did the thing. It did not take long. It did not take more than a second, honestly. He stepped back. The big man slumped. His breathing was steady. His cursed energy was gone. He would live. "Maki," Gojo said. "Yes, sensei." "Call Ajichi. Tell him 3 pickups in Chichibu. Tell him I'm going to Kyoto. Now. Tonight. Gojo sensei, Harry." Harry is safe. Harry is the safest boy in Japan. I am going to Kyoto because I am angry, okay? Okay. You did well, thank you. Maki permitted herself, briefly, a smile. She stepped over the unconscious big man and took out her phone. Gojo paused at the door on the way out. He turned back, took the photograph off the wall with 2 fingers and tucked it into the inside pocket of his coat. He did not look at it again. He did not need to. In Kyoto, by morning, a man named Dr. Nashimoto would have a rough conversation with a customer he had not expected, and would walk away from it with a great deal less of his own cursed energy than he had started the day with, and would, over the following months, help the Jujutsu Union unravel approximately 70% of the consortium that had paid for the Oil Man curse. The remaining 30% would be unraveled by Nanami, who had opinions about paperwork and the dignity of systems, and who had decided, roughly 8 hours after the attack on Megumi, that this particular paperwork was personal. Harry, back at Jujutsu High, woke up in the morning to find his father in the kitchen making pancakes. Papa. Hi, kiddo. Did you kill them? Gojo flipped a pancake. The pancake landed perfectly. He did not turn around. No, he said. I did not kill them. One of them is alive and will never curse anything again. 2 of them are alive and are in a place where they will probably argue with each other until they are old men. The person who hired them is alive and is currently helping us find the other people who hired them. Every single one of them is alive. Nobody is dead. I promised. Harry, standing in his pajamas with his hair sticking up in every direction, thought about it. That's better, isn't it, he said slowly, than killing them. Yeah, kiddo, it is. Harder, much harder, takes more control, takes more time, and the union complains about the paperwork. Gojo put a stack of 3 pancakes on a plate and held it out to his son. But yeah, better. Harry accepted the plate. He sat at the low table. He looked at the pancakes. He looked up. Papa. Yeah, can I be better than that when I'm grown up? Gojo was silent for a long moment. Then he turned around and knelt and brushed Harry's messy hair out of his eyes with one hand. Harry, listen to me. When you are grown up, you can be whatever you decide to be. I hope you decide to be better than me. I think you will be. I am trying very hard to build you in a direction where you will be. If you fall short, that is because I did a bad job and not because you were the wrong material. Okay? Okay, Papa. Eat your pancakes. Okay, Papa. Harry ate his pancakes. The scar on his forehead, clean and cold and quiet, did not twitch. The lodger, sullen and shrinking, did not whisper. Somewhere in Kyoto, a dentist was realizing that his day was about to get very strange. Somewhere in Britain, an old man with half-moon glasses was receiving a letter, delivered by an owl that had crossed an ocean, that described in clean, precise English everything that had happened in the last 3 days. And that would, upon reading it, make the old man smile, briefly. A smile he would not explain to the portraits on the wall. In the kitchen of Jujutsu High, Satoru Gojo watched his son eat pancakes, and did not allow the expression on his face to show, and did not think about the photograph inside his coat pocket, and did not think about anything at all, and it was the most peaceful he had been in 7 years. Later, much later, when Harry was asleep and Megumi was asleep, and even Nanami had grudgingly allowed himself a single glass of whiskey and permission to sit on a couch, Gojo sat on the roof of the main hall with his knees drawn up and the photograph in his hands. Shoko climbed up through the skylight behind him and lowered herself beside him with a cigarette already lit. Lily Potter, she said. Yeah. How did they get that picture? Dumbledore's side has leaks, or Voldemort's people kept trophies. One or both. You're going to burn it. Number, you're going to keep it. Yeah, for Harry, when he's older. He should see his mother's face, Satoru. I know. You were never going to be the only parent he got to know, were you? Gojo tipped his head back and looked at the stars above Tokyo, not many of them because of the light pollution, but a few stubborn ones over the hills. Orion low in the sky, the North Star in its not-quite-north place. No, he said. I was never going to be the only one. I was just going to be the one who stayed. Shoko nudged his shoulder with hers. She did not say anything. It was her best quality. After a while, Gojo slid the photograph back into his coat pocket. He stood. He held out a hand. Shoko let him haul her up. "Gonna check on the kid one more time," he said. "Of course you are." "I love him stupidly." "I know. It's very inconvenient." "I know." They climbed down through the skylight together. In Harry's bedroom, 2 floors below, the small boy slept with one fist curled against his cheek, the way he had slept every night for 7 years, the way he would sleep, more or less, every night for the rest of his life whenever nothing in particular was threatening him. The scar on his forehead was quiet. The lodger, very far down in some back corner of his soul, was also quiet. The dome around Jujutsu High was tighter than it had been a week ago. Another filament would never find a way through. Gojo stood in the doorway for a long time and did not go in. He watched his son breathe. He watched his son's hand twitch once, the way it did when his son was about to dream something interesting. He stepped back and closed the door with great care, and he did not wake the boy, and he did not, that night, sleep. Chapter 2 end. Chapter 3. Letter from the wizards. The owl arrived in the middle of breakfast and made the cat very angry. Harry, 11 years old that morning, had been halfway through a piece of toast and halfway through an argument with Megumi, 13, now, and much taller, and much more tolerant than he had been as a shorter boy, about whether the rice porridge Nanami made on Sunday mornings counted as a complete meal or whether a complete meal required, at minimum, an egg. Harry's position was that it required an egg. Megumi's position was that Nanami made the porridge exactly the way it was supposed to be made, and who were they to correct a man who had been making breakfast for them for a literal decade? The cat, a thin and grumpy tortoiseshell named Machi, who was the only cat in Tokyo allergic to curses, was sitting on the window ledge watching a pigeon with the concentration of a Yakuza lieutenant watching a rival bank. Something large dropped out of the sky. Machi fled, spat, and disappeared under the couch. Megumi, 2 years into Jujutsu training proper, had a shikigami in his shadow before anyone else had finished blinking. Nanami, at the stove, did not drop his wooden spoon because Nanami had never dropped anything in his life. Gojo, drinking a second cup of coffee at the table, looked up with vague interest. The large thing that had dropped out of the sky landed on the kitchen floor and revealed itself to be a very large, very dignified, very wet tawny owl with a thick cream-colored envelope in its beak. "Oh," Gojo said, pleased. "Finally." "Papa," Harry said. "Kiddo, you remember how I told you when you turned 10 that you were going to get a letter on your 11th birthday? You said I didn't believe you." "Rude but fair. Harry, this is an owl. The owl brings letters." "The letter is from a school in Britain called Hogwarts. They are inviting you to go there in September. I have been waiting for this letter for, let me check my watch, 11 years. Please, for the love of everything, please take the letter before the owl eats the rest of my toast." The owl ate the rest of Gojo's toast. Harry crossed the floor slowly. The owl, having finished the toast, examined him with the same detached professionalism a postal clerk might display when handing over a parcel. It held out its leg. Harry took the envelope off it. The envelope was addressed to him in emerald green ink, in a hand he did not recognize. Mr. H.J. Potter, Gojo, the top right futon, 3rd floor, Jujutsu High, Tokyo, Japan. Harry stared at the address for a long time. "It says top right futon," he said slowly. "Yeah," Gojo said. "How do they know?" "Professional deformation. They're showing off, it's fine." "Papa, they know which futon." "Yeah." "Papa, do they know?" Breathe, Harry. "It's a school. It's a weird school. They know the address of every magical child on Earth because their address book is a very rude enchanted book that peeks over people's shoulders. It's creepy, but it's fine. Open it." Harry opened it. The letter was on thick parchment. It listed with very formal politeness his acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It specified a deadline for reply. It listed an impressive number of books with absurd titles. It listed robes, a cauldron, glass phials, a brass scale, 1 wand, and an owl or cat or toad, though not 2. It was signed by Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, and by a deputy headmistress whose name was Minerva McGonagall and whose signature was neat and slightly sharp. Harry read it twice. He looked up. Papa, he said. Yeah, I have to bring a cauldron. Yes. Is that true or is that a joke? That's true, you will need a cauldron. You will make potions in the cauldron. Potions are a thing. Potions are a thing. Yes, Papa. Yes, kiddo. Are wizards okay? Gojo grinned into his coffee. No, he said. That's kind of the fun of it. Go put the letter down. We need to talk about this properly. Which means after breakfast. Which means after you finish your porridge. Which means Megumi is right. It doesn't need an egg. Eat your porridge. Harry sat down. The owl, having examined the kitchen and apparently approved, hopped up onto the backs of the chairs in a row until it reached the refrigerator, where it settled and closed its eyes in a dignified doze. Machi, from under the couch, growled like a very small motorcycle. Megumi, beside Harry, was reading the letter upside down. Parseltongue is going to be very useful in potions class, Megumi said. Why? Because it must be. That's not a reason. It's a vibe. Nanami, from the stove, said. Eat! They ate. The conversation after breakfast took place on the rooftop garden of the main hall, which had long since been informally named the planning rooftop because important conversations tended to end up there. It was April. The cherry tree Yaga had planted when Harry was 2 was in its yearly show-off. Petals lay along every flat surface in thin pink drifts. Gojo sat cross-legged on the cedar deck. Harry sat across from him. Megumi sat against the railing with a book he was not reading. Nanami, by prior arrangement, sat a little way off on a separate bench so that Harry would not feel crowded. Shoko did not attend. Shoko had said over breakfast that she had 7 autopsies backed up and that she loved Harry deeply and that nothing decided on any rooftop was going to affect her schedule, so kindly conduct their family drama without her. Shoko was Shoko. Okay, Gojo said. You have a choice, kiddo. I'm going to lay out the options as honestly as I can. After I lay them out, you get to pick. Okay. Option 1, you say no to Hogwarts. You stay here. You keep training Jujutsu. You go to regular school in Tokyo in the mornings and Jujutsu High in the afternoons like you already do. In 4 years, you start as a first year at Jujutsu High officially. You never go to England. You might visit a couple of times as a tourist. Nothing changes. Okay. Option 2, you go to Hogwarts. I come with you as a visiting professor. Dumbledore and I worked this out 11 years ago, so the option exists. You do 7 years of wizarding school. Over summer breaks, you come back here and train Jujutsu. At 18, you finish there and come home properly. The lodger gets pulled out between age 12 and 14 when you're ready, regardless of which option you pick, so that part doesn't change. Okay. Option 3, which I'm bringing up because Dumbledore told me I had to. You go to Hogwarts without me. I send you off with letters and regular check-ins, but I'm here and you're there. Same timeline. This option is the one I am least happy with, but I have to tell you it exists because anything less would be lying. I won't pick that one. Tell me why, just so I know you've thought about it. Harry thought about it. He looked at the petals on the deck. He looked at the cherry tree. Because you don't do well alone, he said eventually, and because I don't either. Gojo was silent for a moment. Nanami, on his bench, closed his eyes briefly and opened them again. Kiddo, Gojo said, that is a very accurate sentence that I do not want to hear again, please. Sorry. I'm not mad. I'm just noted. Noted. So, option 1 or option 2? Harry thought. He did not rush. Gojo had taught him years ago that rushing a decision was the same as not making one because if you didn't give yourself the time to notice what you actually wanted, you'd get dragged along by whatever noise was loudest. Harry sat with the noise for a while. The noise today was the sound of cherry petals moving. He listened to it. I want to go, he said finally. Okay. I want to see where my parents were from. I want to meet their friends if any of them are alive. I want to eat what they ate and read what they read and walk where they walked. I want to come back here. You'll come back. I want to come back for summers. Deal. I want you to come with me. Deal. I want Megumi to visit. Megumi, from the railing, did not look up from the book he was pretending to read. He said very evenly, yes. I want Uncle Nanami to visit. Nanami, without expression, said, I am a working professional. Once a year. I will consider it. You will do it. I will consider it. Harry let that one pass. He turned back to his father. Gojo was smiling at him, not the reckless smile, not the teasing smile, but the real one, the one that only ever came out at home, and Harry felt, briefly, an enormous rush of something he did not have a word for. Okay, Gojo said. Option 2. Shake on it. They shook on it. They came for Harry that night. They had been, in hindsight, very patient. Gojo, reviewing the event 3 days later in Yaga's office with the detachment of a man analyzing a sporting match, would admit that the patience was professional. They had waited for the letter to arrive. They had waited for the decision to be made. They had allowed Gojo to settle into the particular emotional posture of a man whose son had just agreed to leave home for 7 years. And then, at approximately 1:40 in the morning, they had moved. There were 6 of them, 4 at the perimeter, Death Eater remnants, British, competent but overconfident, the kind of men who had once been young enough to think there would always be one more raid and would never quite learn to stop expecting one. 2 inside the perimeter, different operatives entirely, hired out of Bulgaria, with a cursed tool between them designed to punch a very small hole in exactly the kind of barrier Gojo had stretched over the school. They punched the hole. They got inside. They had about 4 seconds, the first one to cross the threshold of Harry's bedroom, because they had, with admirable research, located the correct futon, walked through the doorway and was met by Megumi's divine dog White, who put its teeth through his left calf in a single efficient motion. The second, who had come through the window of the same room, met Harry. Harry was awake. He had been awake for an hour. The lodger had been twitching all evening. The lodger, in the weeks since the letter had come, had become somewhat more present and somewhat more sullen, as if it knew something was coming. Harry had not told his father this, because the last time he had told his father that the lodger was twitching, his father had not slept for 3 days, and Harry had decided, privately, that he was old enough to hold some of this himself. So Harry, awake, was ready. He had his palms up the moment he heard the window open. He threw a wall. The wall held. The operative, who had come through the window with a dart in his hand whose tip was green with a substance that made Gojo, smelling it later from 6 feet away, very angry, bounced off the wall and landed on Harry's desk. "Papa!" Harry yelled. Papa did not need to be yelled at. Papa had been aware of the breach in his dome since the moment the dome had been punctured. Papa arrived in the room the way Papa tended to arrive, which was by suddenly, impossibly, already being there. He did not speak to the operative. He picked the operative up by the collar with one gloved hand, looked at the dart, looked at the operative's eyes, and said, "Oh, I know you." The operative, who had not expected to be recognized, said nothing. "You were at the Rico Ammoni job. You were the kid, the scrawny one." Holding the knife, the operative went pale. "You got older. You did not get better. You know what, this is actually kind of funny. Come with me." Gojo tucked the operative under one arm like a surfboard and walked out of Harry's bedroom. Harry, still with his palms up, blinked. Divine Dog White in the hallway had the first operative pinned and was making a pleasant rumbling noise. "Harry," Megumi said from the doorway, "I'm okay. Are you lying?" "A little. Okay. Don't tell Papa." "Harry, I will absolutely tell Papa." "Don't tell him tonight, he's busy." "Okay, tomorrow." "Fine." Megumi stayed in the doorway. Harry, slowly, put his palms down. His heart was beating fast but not wild. His wall, which had been almost half the size of his bedroom, was already fading. The lodger in the back of his head was furious, not at Harry, but at the operative for being so completely outmatched. "You chose the wrong school," the lodger hissed, in words only Harry could hear. "You chose stupid meat." "Shut up," Harry said in his head. "They would have freed me. In Britain, they would have found me. They would have fed me. Shut up. And returned me, and I would have been whole again, and I said shut up." The lodger went quiet. Harry felt, very briefly, a prick of something cold along the scar line. He pushed it down. He sat on his bed. Megumi, without asking, came and sat beside him. They did not touch because they had never been touchers, but they sat close enough that Harry could feel the heat of Megumi's arm against his own. "Harry," Megumi said. "Yeah." That wall was bigger than your walls usually are. I know. Did you do it yourself? Yes, really. I'm sure the lodger doesn't help. He never helps, he whispers, and I ignore him. Okay, Megumi said, and he was, for once, not teasing. Okay, I believe you. They sat there for a long time. Outside, somewhere, Gojo was having a conversation with an operative that involved. It turned out, 3 broken fingers and no deaths. Elsewhere, on the roof of the main hall, Yaga and Nanami together were processing a man who had gotten halfway through a window with a green dart and gotten no further. The perimeter, the 4 Death Eater remnants, were being escorted off campus by Maki, now 15, with a smile Maki reserved for men who made her work past her bedtime. It would be, all told, a relatively tidy incident. 4 foreign arrests, 2 Bulgarian detentions, 1 British extraditable suspect, with a great deal to say in exchange for better food in his cell. The International Jujutsu Union, receiving the file, would note for the 1,000th time that the file had Gojo Satoru's fingerprints on it, and that they were not to ask questions. Harry, through all of this, sat on his bed with Megumi and did not cry, and did not speak, and did not move, and let himself be 11 for a little while longer. Minerva McGonagall arrived 3 days later. She came in the afternoon, on a Tuesday, on foot. Harry, having been warned that morning that a professor from Hogwarts was coming to help him with his school supplies, had expected someone older, taller, and more obviously wizardish. The woman who walked up the stone steps of Jujutsu High was indeed tall, and she was indeed older than he was, older than Papa, older than Nanami, older than Yaga, as far as he could tell. But she was also impossibly contained, in a way that reminded Harry, briefly, and for no reason he understood, of his old piano teacher. She wore a long dark green coat. She had gray hair pulled into a tight knot. She had the look of a woman who had arrived, in her life, exactly once, a long time ago, and had not seen the need to arrive again. Harry, standing in the entryway beside Gojo, bowed. He had been coached, earlier that morning, in the correct depth of bow. Nanami had personally verified his angle. Suma Mason, Harry said. Hajime Mashate, I am Harry Potter Gojo. McGonagall stopped at the top of the steps, her eyes, thin and sharp and very clear, softened for exactly 1 second. Hello, Harry, she said. I knew your mother. Harry, coached all morning, was not coached for that. He looked at her for a long moment. Did you like her? He asked at last. Very much. Papa says she was smart. She was, yes. She was also very funny. She played tricks on the teachers she liked best. I was one of them. It was an honor. Harry, without meaning to, felt something hot prickle behind his eyes. He pushed it down. He had been told that grown-ups respected children more if the children did not cry at inconvenient times. This was a rule Papa had told him, and Papa was also the person who most frequently broke the rule, so Harry had decided at age 6 that the rule was optional. He allowed himself 2 blinks. The prickle went away. Thank you for coming, he said, and did not quite keep his voice steady. McGonagall inclined her head. Then she looked over Harry's shoulder at Gojo, and her eyes went, not cold but considering. The look one professional gave another at the start of a long negotiation. Mr. Gojo, Professor McGonagall, thank you for sending the owl. Thank you for coming yourself. I assumed Dumbledore would send Hagrid. Dumbledore felt that Hagrid's last visit to this household was sufficient for a lifetime. Oh, Hagrid's welcome, we liked Hagrid. Nevertheless, the headmaster thought you and I should meet. Yeah, I thought he might. Come inside, have tea. Nanami just made tea, which means the tea is the best tea in the city. I am told Mr. Nanami is a rare treasure. Don't tell Nanami that. He'll raise his rates. McGonagall very briefly smiled. They sat in the parlor. Nanami brought tea. Harry sat across from McGonagall with his hands folded on his knees in the particular way Gojo had given up on training out of him. McGonagall, over tea, did not rush. She asked him about school. She asked him about Tokyo. She asked him, delicately, about what he liked to read. Harry answered honestly. He said he liked books about animals and that he read mostly in Japanese, but some in English, and that he was slow in English, but getting faster, and that he had just finished a book about whales that Nanami had given him, which was a book of educational value about the history of whaling and its ethics, and which had made him cry on a Tuesday 2 weeks ago. McGonagall, listening, did not interrupt. When Harry finished talking, she said, "Your mother cried over a book about a rabbit when she was 15. I remember. I walked into her dormitory to confiscate a bootleg charm, and she was sitting on the floor with the book open on her knee, sobbing so hard she could not speak. I left the confiscation for another day." Harry felt the hot thing behind his eyes again. He nodded. He did not speak. "I think," McGonagall said, setting down her teacup, "that you will be a fine student, and I think your mother would be very proud." "Thank you, ma'am. Minerva, if you like." "Thank you, Minerva. And now." She straightened. She turned, with the smallest of gear changes, to Gojo. "Let us discuss the logistics. The headmaster has asked that you take the role of visiting instructor in magical defense applications. He suggests, and I concur, that this role carry office hours, supervisory duties, and 2 taught sessions a week, in exchange for which you will be given a room in the staff quarters and full access to the grounds." Gojo grinned. "Magical defense applications. That is the polite name. The impolite name? Mr. Gojo, do not make me say it." "Say it. Foreign curse man." "Ha," Gojo delighted. "Foreign curse man, I love it. I'll have business cards printed." "You will not." "I will." "If you do, I will have them recalled." "By what authority?" "By my own, which is final on this island." Gojo bowed, briefly and with ridiculous theater. McGonagall did not smile this time, but she did exhale in a way that was very nearly a laugh. Harry, watching the two of them, felt something settle in his chest. He had not known until that moment how much he had been worried. Whatever Hogwarts was going to be, it would have, at minimum, this woman in it. That was, he decided privately enough. They discussed the rest of the logistics over a second pot of tea. Diagon Alley was in 3 weeks. Gringotts had a vault in Harry's name, opened by his parents the year they married, that Harry had not known existed. Ollivander in his shop was expecting him. Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September. Platform 9 3/4. A term of instruction. A summer back in Tokyo. And McGonagall added, pouring her 3rd cup of tea, "In the event of any incident involving the boy's health, the headmaster asks that you cable him directly. We have, a somewhat longer list of concerns than the ordinary first-year presents." "Understood." "The headmaster also asks," she said, more slowly, "whether the object to which you referred in your last letter has, in the intervening years, changed its condition." Gojo looked at Harry. Harry looked at Gojo. Gojo nodded. Harry nodded back. "It has," Gojo said. "It's smaller, quieter, it whispers less often. Harry calls it the lodger." Harry calls it the lodger. Since he was 5. McGonagall considered Harry over the top of her glasses for a long time. Her face did not change, but her eyes did something slightly odd, as if she were revising 3 separate paragraphs of a document she had written in her head. "Mr. Pottergoge," she said, in a tone that was as much to herself as to him. "Yes, ma'am. Your mother would be enormously proud. Your father would be horrified." "Which father, ma'am?" "Yes, that is the question." "I think," Harry said, "both fathers would be a little bit of both." "Yes, Mr. Pottergojo, I think you are right." She stood. She did not offer her hand because she was McGonagall, and McGonagall did not offer hands. She inclined her head to Gojo once deeply, the way professionals did when they acknowledged each other. She turned at the door and looked back at Harry. "I will see you on the 1st of September," she said. "Do not be late." "No, ma'am." And Harry, "Yes, ma'am. You are wanted there, however else things may feel, come September, you are wanted." Harry's throat closed. He nodded. McGonagall, having noticed but having, as was her way, chosen not to make anything of it, stepped down the stone steps and walked away into the spring afternoon. Gojo, at Harry's shoulder, watched her go. "Papa," Harry said. "Yeah, kiddo. I like her." "Good. She's going to save your life in the next 7 years at least twice." "Really?" "Minimum. Also, fair warning, I'm going to drive her insane." "I know." "Yeah, you know." They stood on the steps together for a while. Machi the cat wound between their legs, having decided, since the owl was gone, that the world was safe again. A bell rang in the main hall, far behind them. Somewhere in the city, a train moved. Somewhere much further away, on a green cliff above a dark loch in the north of Scotland, a castle that had stood for 1,000 years leaned, very slightly, toward the east, as if listening. The lodger, very far down, shuddered not in triumph, but in something much more like fear. Harry, 11 years old with his hand in his father's hand, took one long breath of the Tokyo spring air and let himself be happy. That evening, after McGonagall was gone, Gojo went into his office and did not come out for 3 hours. Harry, who had been given permission to stay up later than usual because of the visitor, noticed. He stood outside the office door for a minute, palm flat on the wood, and listened. Inside, he could hear his father talking, not shouting, not upset, just talking. There was a long pause. Then he heard his father laugh. Then another pause. Then his father's voice, low, fast, in English, saying a word Harry did not know. Harry, who had learned the art of patience from watching Nanami wait for a slow train, sat down on the corridor floor with his back against the wall and waited. The office door opened an hour later. Gojo walked out with a sheaf of papers in his hand, saw Harry, and stopped. "Kiddo, you're supposed to be in bed." "I know. Any reason you're on the floor? You were talking. I wanted to know when you stopped." Gojo dropped into a crouch. He did it without thinking, the way he always did, his long body folding to meet Harry's eye level, as he had folded it for a toddler, as he had folded it for a 5-year-old, as he had folded it for a 7-year-old. He would, Harry knew, keep folding it until the day Harry was taller than him, and Harry had been sizing up the challenge in the mirror lately and had concluded that the day was at least 10 years away. "Harry, I need to tell you something." "Okay. Do you remember when you were very little I told you that you had a godfather? Sirius Black, the man with the dog face. You remember?" "Yes. Harry, I have been looking for Sirius for a decade." "I know. You told me when I was 8. I told you I hadn't found him." "Yes, I have found him." Harry went very still. "Where is he, Papa?" "He's in a wizard prison in the North Sea, a place called Azkaban. He was put there 2 days after you and I met for a crime he didn't commit." "Didn't commit?" "Number, he was accused of betraying your parents. He didn't. It was someone else. Someone who, kiddo, this part is a little complicated. It was someone close to your parents. Peter Pettigrew. He has been missing for 10 years, and I have reason to believe he is alive and hiding." Harry, at 11, had long since learned that when Papa said a little complicated, he meant enormously complicated, and when Papa said I have reason to believe, he meant I know for a fact. He took a breath. "Is Sirius okay?" "Number, he's been in Azkaban for 10 years. Nobody is okay in Azkaban. But he is, as far as I can determine with the very limited information the British Ministry of Magic is willing to share with me, alive. Can we get him out? I have been working on it, slowly, quietly. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to promise you something and fail you." "Papa." "Yes, promise me something." "Okay, don't do it alone. Don't go to Azkaban without me." Gojo's mouth opened to argue. He closed it. He looked at his son for a long time, sitting on the corridor floor in his pajamas with his hair wild and his green eyes very steady. "Harry, if I go to Azkaban, it will be after Dumbledore and the Wisengamot have been made aware of enough evidence that the legal system can release him the right way. I want him free, not fugitive. You understand the difference?" "I understand. Promise accepted. I won't do it alone." "Okay, now go to bed." "Okay." Harry got up. He walked 3 steps down the corridor and stopped. "Papa." "Yeah, kiddo. Thank you for looking for him." "Kiddo, he is your godfather. Of course I looked." "You didn't have to." "Harry." "What?" "Go to bed." Harry went to bed. Gojo stood in the corridor with the sheaf of papers in his hand and did not move for a long time. The papers were legal documents, prepared over the last 18 months by a very expensive lawyer in London, who knew both magical and non-magical law, and who had, at long last, delivered a brief that might actually survive a Wisengamot hearing. The brief argued, on the basis of new evidence gathered by agents working under Gojo's private contract, that Sirius Black was innocent of the charges against him, that Peter Pettigrew was alive, And that Pettigrew had been living as a pet rat in the household of a family in Surrey since November of 1981. This last fact had cost Gojo 6 months and a truly absurd amount of money, and was, at present, the firmest fact in the brief. He did not sleep that night either. He wrote 3 letters, one to Albus Dumbledore, one to Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whom his lawyer had identified as the only British ministry official not corruptible by Malfoy money, one to a part-time journalist at the Daily Prophet who owed Gojo a favor for reasons that involved, several years ago, an unpleasant encounter with a cursed umbrella in Morocco. He sealed each envelope carefully. At sunrise, he gave all 3 to Machi the cat, who had become, over the years, a passable messenger if you paid her in fish. Machi, insulted but professional, took the envelopes in her mouth one at a time, and delivered each one to the owl on the refrigerator, who delivered each one to another owl that had appeared on the kitchen windowsill, which delivered each one to a long chain of owls that stretched, like a relay race, all the way to London. By 10 that morning, the first envelope was in Dumbledore's hand. By 10:15, Dumbledore was writing a reply. By the end of the day, a small and well-tempered bureaucratic avalanche had begun in a ministry across the sea, an avalanche that would, in its own slow wizard time, free an innocent man. Not tomorrow, not next week, not even, disappointingly, within the year, but it would. And Harry would learn much later that his father had begun to pull on the lever the very day Harry had asked him to. The lodger tried once more that week. It happened on a Thursday, while Harry was reading a book in the library. The library of Jujutsu High was a long, narrow room with one wall of high windows that looked out over the cherry garden, and Harry had, since he was 6, occupied a particular armchair at the end of the 3rd row of shelves. It was his chair. Everybody knew. Even Yaga, when Yaga came into the library to borrow a book, sat in a different chair. Harry was reading a book of English poetry that Nanami had put on his desk that morning, with a note saying, "Read this one twice. It's short." He was reading one of the shorter ones for the 3rd time, because it was the kind of poem that kept sliding out of his head the moment he finished it, and he was determined not to be outsmarted by 16 lines of English. He heard the lodger very softly, right under his scalp. "Harry, you are going to a school where there are 100 boys your age. 100 boys who will all know something you don't. They will laugh at you. They will not mean to. They will still do it." Harry, without lifting his eyes from the page, said silently, "I don't care. They will look at you and see a freak. A strange foreign boy with a strange foreign father. Papa isn't strange. Papa is very recognizable. You know what I mean. Number they will mock your name. Potter Gojo, it is a ridiculous name. Megumi thinks it's cool. Megumi is 13. Megumi is nevertheless correct. The lodger, if a splinter of a wraith could sulk, sulked. I can make them afraid of you. I can give you a word to say. A single word. It is an old word. I was taught it by my own ancestor. If you say it to any one of them, they will not laugh at you again. Number Harry, they will laugh at you. I said number Harry, just the one word, just once. I am only offering. I do not insist." Harry closed the book. He set it on the arm of the chair. He closed his eyes. He did the exercise his father had taught him when he was 7, which was to imagine the lodger as a small and ugly fish in a small and shallow bowl, and then to imagine covering the bowl with a thick glass plate, and then to imagine the glass plate becoming heavier and heavier until the fish could not push it off no matter how hard it flapped. Harry imagined the plate very thick today. The fish flapped. Harry watched it flap. He did not let the plate move. After about 30 seconds, the lodger stopped. Harry opened his eyes. He picked the book up. He read the poem again. This time, it stayed in his head. He understood, on the 5th reading, what Nanami had meant. The poem was about a man who had lost something he could not name and had decided, all the same, to be gentle with the world. Harry liked the man. He thought he might like to be a man like that someday. He wrote the idea down on the inside of the book cover in pencil, because the book was his, and because Nanami, somewhere in the school, would be enormously pleased when he found it. He closed the book and he went to find Megumi, because he was 11 and he wanted company. The day before they left for London, to do the shopping, not for school yet, school was weeks away. But Dumbledore had suggested, very politely, that the shopping be done early and in person. Because the shopping itself was part of the experience, Harry went to see Yaga. Yaga was in his garden. Yaga was always in his garden at that hour. His dolls, as many of them as were small enough to be outside without terrifying the neighborhood, were clustered around him, each one working on some small task. One of them was weeding. One of them was painting a pebble. One of them was, for reasons that would never be explained, counting ants. Yaga-sensei, Harry, I came to say thank you. Yaga, without looking up from the hydrangea he was pruning, raised an eyebrow. I'm going to Britain. I'll be gone for a long time. You have had to pay for me and feed me and let me sleep in a room in your school since I was 1. The school has paid for you, not me personally. Sensei. Yes, I mean it. Yaga finally looked up. He had thick black glasses and eyes behind them that Harry knew had been the last thing very many unkind people had ever seen. Those eyes today were gentle. Harry. Yes, you have not been a burden. You have been a small good thing inside a building that is sometimes too full of big hard things. I have been glad of you. The school has been glad of you. Do not apologize for existing here because that is not a thing you need to apologize for. Okay. And do not thank me, thank your father. I thanked him yesterday. Good, do it again tomorrow. He does not hear it the first time. Yes, Sensei. Yaga turned back to the hydrangea. Harry watched him for a minute. Then he did something he had not done in several years because he was 11 now and 11 was too old for it. He stepped forward. He wrapped both his arms around Yaga's middle. He held on for about 3 seconds. Yaga, stiff as a board, did not move. Harry stepped back. He bowed. He walked out of the garden. Behind him, 1,000 years after he left, which was about 2 seconds by ordinary reckoning, Yaga exhaled through his nose, took off his sunglasses, wiped them on his shirt, and put them back on. He said nothing. He resumed pruning the hydrangea. The doll that had been counting ants stopped counting, looked up at Yaga, and very slowly walked over to lean its small wooden head against his ankle. Yaga reached down and patted its head. He said, "Yes, I know." That night, Harry lay in bed, and for once the lodger was completely silent, and Harry found he could not sleep because of the silence. It was a strange sensation. He had not realized, until the lodger was entirely quiet, how much of his nighttime consciousness had been, for years, a background low murmur at the edge of his hearing. Now there was nothing. Just his own thoughts, shapeless in the dark, and the small ordinary sounds of a large old building settling into another night. He got up. He padded barefoot down the corridor and up 1 floor to the instructor's quarters. He knocked on his father's door. Gojo opened it immediately. He had not, Harry suspected, been asleep. "Papa, come in." Harry came in. He sat on the edge of his father's bed. Gojo sat beside him. Neither of them said anything for a while. "Papa." "Yeah, the lodger is quiet tonight. I noticed. I thought I'd like it. And I don't know yet, I think I like it too much." Gojo nodded slowly. "Harry, listen. When they took you from the cottage when your mother died, the lodger went into you and he has been there every day since. He has been in a very ugly way your shadow. A shadow isn't a friend, but a shadow is company. When I take him out of you, in a year or 2, you will feel it. You will feel a silence where something has always been. It will not be grief, exactly, but it will be near grief. People who lose limbs describe it. I want you to know that it is coming. I want you to know that it is survivable. I want you to know that I will be there for all of it. Okay. Also, yes. Also, kiddo, it is normal to feel weird when something bad gets quieter. The bad thing has taken up a lot of room for a long time. When it gets out of the way, there is a lot of empty floor. That is the space where you get to put you. Yeah, you are allowed to take up that space. Nobody else is going to move in. Okay. Lie down. I'm not sleepy. Lie down anyway, I'll talk." Harry lay down. Gojo lay down beside him, above the covers, hands folded on his stomach. He did not take his blindfold off. He rarely did indoors these days because Harry had asked at age 9 whether wearing it indoors hurt his eyes, and Gojo had answered by pulling it up, and Harry had asked whether anyone had ever told him they liked his eyes, and Gojo had gone very quiet and Harry had not asked again. Once upon a time, Gojo said, there was a boy named Satoru. Oh, this is that story. It's your favorite. It's your only story. It's a good one, be quiet. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Satoru. Satoru was the strongest in the land. Everybody told him so. Everybody. His teachers, his enemies, his friends when he had them. And because everybody told him so, he believed it, because he was a little bit of an idiot, and he did not notice for a long time that being the strongest in the land was a lonely thing to be. One night when Satoru was 21, he went on a trip, a very rainy trip, to a country very far away. And in that country on that trip, a small boy fell into his life, and the small boy was not strong at all. He was tiny. He was vulnerable. He was a soft thing in a hard world. And Satoru looked at the small boy, and for the first time in his whole dumb life, he was not lonely. The end. That's a terrible ending. That's the ending I have. Papa. Yeah, I love you. I love you, kiddo. Go to sleep. Harry went to sleep. The lodger, very quietly, did not speak. The night moved on outside. Tomorrow there would be a flight to London, and a bank, and a wand, and a robe, and a train, and 7 years of a new kind of magic. Tonight, none of that mattered. Gojo lay beside him for a long while after Harry's breathing evened out. He did not move. Above them, the ceiling fan turned slowly, as it always did. Down the corridor, the grandfather clock Yaga had inherited from his own teacher chimed midnight. And then 1, and then 2. Gojo listened to each chime and did not move, because moving would mean the end of this particular quiet. And he was, for reasons he did not examine, not ready for the quiet to end. At 2:15, he allowed himself, finally, to turn his head and look at his son's sleeping face in the near darkness. 6 eyes saw better in the dark than in the light, and what it saw tonight was a healthy 11-year-old boy with a steady pulse and a scar that was quiet for the first time in a long time. A scar that would, in 2 more years or maybe 3, no longer be a problem at all. It saw also, very faintly, under the boy's skin, the shape of his mother's cheekbones and the line of his father's jaw, the real father, the one in the photograph Gojo still kept in the inside pocket of his coat. He had told Harry about the photograph last year. He had shown it to him last year. Harry, looking at it, had touched his own chin, and then touched the man's chin in the picture, and then handed it back to Gojo and said, "It's yours, Papa, you found it, you keep it." And that had been a harder sentence than Harry would ever know he had said. Gojo closed his eyes, finally. He did not sleep. He only rested, which was a different thing, and which was all he had learned to do. Chapter 3 end. Chapter 4, Wand and Curse. Diagon Alley smelled like cardamom, singed hair, and something less pleasant Gojo could not identify and did not want to. "Papa," Harry said, stopping in the middle of the cobblestones. "That shop is selling eyeballs." "Yeah, kiddo, living ones? I genuinely do not know. Are we buying one?" "We are not buying one. Just asking." They had come through the leaky cauldron 40 minutes ago, escorted by a cheerful man named Tom. Gojo had been careful to note, Tom Riddle, a different and much more pleasant Tom, and had since been walking down the alley with a list. The list was on a piece of parchment in Harry's back pocket, written in Gojo's small, ugly handwriting, arranged in the order McGonagall had suggested over tea in Tokyo 3 weeks ago. Start with the bank, then the cauldron, then robes, then books, then parchment and quills, then the wand. The wand last because the wand was the part that took time, and the wand was the part that everybody always remembered. Gojo had already made 2 mental maps of Diagon Alley, one 6 eyes layer, which told him there were 43 cursed objects in a radius of 200 meters, and one professional layer, which told him that 39 of those 43 objects were harmless curiosities. 3 were borderline and would be confiscated if anyone in authority ever bothered to notice. And one was a small wand box inside Ollivander's that had, in its core, something older than the British Ministry of Magic. 6 Eyes had already reviewed the wand box twice. It was interesting. Gojo had a suspicion about which wand was in it, based on 2 things Dumbledore had written to him over the last decade, and he was, privately and with some amusement, looking forward to being correct. "Bank first," he said. Gringotts was a tall white marble building that did not try to look like a tall white marble building. It tried and succeeded to look like a threat. Harry, standing at the foot of the steps, read the poem on the door aloud in an undertone. "Enter, stranger, but take heed," he recited, "of what awaits the sin of greed." "Wizards," Gojo said. "Papa, they actually wrote this on the door." "Yeah, of a bank. Yeah, isn't that theater, kiddo? Goblins like theater." The goblins liked Harry, which surprised Gojo and did not surprise Harry. Harry bowed to the first goblin he saw, exactly the way Nanami had coached him to bow to any foreign official, and the goblin, a small, wrinkled creature with a quill tucked behind one ear, looked up from the ledger in startled amusement. The goblin made a brief sound that might have been a laugh. He bowed back. "Honored customer," the goblin said, in the tone of a man who had not delivered that phrase in roughly 80 years. "How may the bank assist you?" "Harry James Potter Gojo," Harry said. "I think I have a vault here, but I am not sure which one." "You are very sure," the goblin said. "Which one?" He did not even open the ledger. He stood. He beckoned. They followed him past the counters, through a small brass gate, down a corridor, and into a cart that ran on rails through a tunnel so steep and so long that Harry, by the end of it, was grinning like he had been delivered to a theme park. Vault 687 had inside it more gold than Harry had ever personally imagined existing in one place. He stood in the doorway and stared. Gojo stood beside him with his hands in his pockets and did not say anything, because he had known since Harry was 3 that this inheritance existed, and he had been waiting for 8 years to watch his son walk into it. "Papa." "Yeah." "Is this mine?" "Yes." "All of it?" "Yes." "Papa, this is, I don't know how to, Papa, how much is this?" "About enough to buy a small island, or pay a Kyoto rent for 75 years, or buy every book in Flourish and blots 3 times. If you are careful with it, and you are careful, I have watched you split a chocolate bar 4 ways. It will last you your life and your children's lives." Harry looked at the gold for a long time. "I want to give some to Yaga-sensei," he said. Gojo, standing behind him, bit his tongue. Then he bit it harder, then he coughed. "Yaga-sensei does not take charity, Harry. Not charity for the school, for the garden, for the other kids after me, for the food, for Papa. I was fed there for a decade. Nobody billed me. I want to give some back." "Harry, I mean it." "Harry, Yaga will refuse it." "Then I'll put it in an account in the school's name, not Yaga's, the school's." Gojo turned away from the vault for a second to pretend to adjust his blindfold, because if he did not pretend to adjust his blindfold, he was going to do something unmanly in front of a goblin. "Okay," he said. "Yeah, okay, we can do that. Through Gringotts, actually, it's easier. They have an interbank arrangement with Japan." "Of course they do. Don't sass me, kiddo. I'm just saying, of course they do." They took out enough for the day. The goblin, on the way back up, was less amused and more calm and gave Harry a long, appraising look from under his ledger-lined eyebrows. "Mr. Potter Gojo." "Yes, sir. You will receive, in approximately 3 months, a letter from the bank. It will be in Japanese, translated by a scribe we have retained for this purpose. It will offer you an investment advisor. Decline the advisor. I offer this advice freely and off the record, and you will never speak of it." "Thank you, sir. I like your manners, don't lose them." "No, sir." "Off my steps, sir. The next customer is impatient." Harry stepped off the steps. Gojo, behind him, bowed to the goblin. The goblin, who had not bowed to a wizard in 47 years, watched Gojo bow and said absolutely nothing. Madame Malkin had robes in every size, and she had, by long-standing arrangement with Hogwarts, already received by Owl a note detailing Harry's measurements as of the previous week. She greeted him warmly, fitted him into school robes in about 6 minutes, and left him standing on a little stool with the hem pinned while she went to fetch him a second set. "Hogwarts, dear," said another voice. Harry turned his head. Another boy was standing on the stool next to his. Another boy about his height, with extremely pale hair, a sharp face, and the kind of expression Harry had long since filed under in need of a long nap. "Yes," Harry said. My father's buying me books and my mother's next door looking at wands. First year? Yes. Same, I'm Draco Malfoy. The pale boy held out his hand with practiced ceremony. Harry took the hand. He shook it. He let it go. He had been coached by Nanami in exactly this motion. Nanami had said, a handshake costs nothing. A second handshake, that is a commitment. Do not commit in the first 3 minutes. Harry Potter Gojo. Draco's eyebrows rose, not all the way, about halfway. Gojo, that's Japanese. Yes, but Potter. Yes. So I mean your father, sorry, let me. Draco's face did a small, calculating thing. You are Potter, the boy who lived. Your father then adopted you. Yes. Is he here? Yes. I should like to meet him. Probably not. Oh, he has opinions about strangers meeting me, nothing personal. Of course. Draco did not look as if it were not personal. Draco looked, in fact, as if he had just been challenged to a very polite duel and was preparing his opening stance. Do you know what house you want to be in? Number, I'll be in Slytherin, all my family's been. Imagine being in Hufflepuff, I'd leave. Why? Well, they're all duffers. Are they? Well, of course. By what metric? Draco blinked. By the usual. I have not met any Hufflepuffs. I have not met any Slytherins. I have met 2 Gryffindors, one of whom was my mother, and the other a professor named McGonagall. I will make up my mind about the other houses when I have met their people. Draco's face did a second, slower calculation. The calculation ended in a small but real frown. You sound, he said, very considered. I am 11. I know. I get it from my father. Which one? Both. Draco's frown deepened. Madame Malkin came back with the second robe, pinned it into place, patted Harry on the shoulder, and declared him done. Harry stepped off the stool, bowed a quarter bow to Draco, and walked out to where Gojo was waiting in the doorway, pretending to read a poster for a broomstick that was advertised as being 20% faster than last year's model, and also, the poster claimed, 3% more magical. Papa, Harry said, as they walked away. I think I met one of the people you warned me about. The tall, bossy one. Number the very blonde one. Oh, Malfoy's kid. Yes, how did it go? I was polite. How polite? Nanami polite. Gojo let out a long, low whistle. Harry, Papa, did you make that boy's day worse? Yes, on purpose. Partly. I'm so proud of you. Papa, I mean it, I am so proud. Let's go buy books. Flourish and blots took an hour and a half, because Harry insisted on reading the opening chapter of every single one of his textbooks in the shop before he would agree to buy it, which was, Gojo reflected while leaning against a shelf, probably the most Harry thing Harry had ever done. The shopkeeper, an older woman with ink-stained fingers, watched Harry with dawning and alarmed respect. Is this your boy, sir? Yeah, he is very thorough. He is very 11. No, sir, he is not very 11. I have sold books to first years for 31 years. This is not an 11-year-old's method. This is a grown person's method. I know. He will be a terror at school. I know. I mean it as a compliment. I know. Harry, oblivious to the conversation about him, finished the opening chapter of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, nodded once with satisfaction, and added it to the stack. The stack came up to his chin. Gojo paid. They walked out into the alley with a wrapped bundle of books under each of their arms. Cauldron, quills, parchment, ink, including a small bottle of green that Harry asked for specifically because, he said, he liked the idea that somebody somewhere had decided it was okay for wizards to write in green. A brass scale, a glass file set, a telescope he did not strictly need, but that Gojo bought for him anyway because Gojo was Gojo. Then Ollivander's. Mr. Ollivander's shop was narrower than Harry had expected, and it smelled, very specifically, of dry wood and something else. Something old and quiet and attentive, the way old churches sometimes smelled. The shop was lit by a single dusty lamp. Its walls were lined with thousands of narrow boxes from floor to ceiling, each one labeled in a hand Harry suspected had not changed in 60 years. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter Gojo. Harry startled slightly. He had not seen the man come out from behind the counter. Mr. Ollivander was a small white-haired figure in a silver waistcoat, with large pale eyes that looked as if they had once been blue. "How did you know my name, sir?" "I was expecting you, and I saw your mother in this shop, and your father. They do not leave a face I forget. Thank you for remembering them." Ollivander held Harry's gaze for a moment. Then he nodded once and gestured Harry forward. "Wand arm, please." "Right, sir." A tape measure leapt off the counter on its own and began measuring Harry with the enthusiasm of a small dog. It measured his forearm, his wrist, his shoulder, his palm, between his eyes, between his ears, between his shoulder blades. Ollivander, meanwhile, was walking slowly along the boxes, murmuring to himself. Gojo watched, hands in pockets, with mild interest. "Ah," Ollivander said suddenly and pulled down a box. "Try this one. You and Phoenix Feather, 13.5 inches, very powerful." Harry took the wand. Nothing happened. He handed it back. "Number try this. Hawthorn and Unicorn Hair, 10.75. Harry tried. Nothing. The tape measure board wrapped itself around Ollivander's neck and had to be swatted off. "I'm curious." Ollivander looked at Harry more carefully. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. This combination, sir, is unusual. I have sold this wand's brother to precisely one other customer many years ago, and I do not often." "Don't," Gojo said quietly. Ollivander paused, wand in hand. "Sir, the brother is in the lodger." Gojo did not move from his spot against the doorframe. "I'd really appreciate it if you didn't hand my son the cousin of the thing that is currently squatting in his forehead. If you don't mind." Ollivander's pale eyes went very slowly from Gojo to Harry and back. The wand in his hand, which had been hovering toward Harry, slowly lowered. "I see," Ollivander said, and he did. Harry could tell he did. Harry could also tell that Ollivander had been prepared to sell the wand anyway, and that Gojo, simply by speaking, had just rewritten the shop's next half hour. "Very well, then. We will, take a different direction if you will permit me. Go ahead." Ollivander put the holly wand back into its box. He did not reach for another wand. He reached, instead, under the counter, and drew out a small, plain box of unpolished cedar that did not look like his other boxes. "This wand," he said with an audible change in tone, "was commissioned 16 years ago by a Japanese visitor. He did not return for it. He was kind enough at the time to tell me that if anyone came in who he, and I quote, reminded me of, I was to offer it to them and forgive the debt. It has sat in this drawer for 16 years. Cedar, 13.25 inches, with a core I should not describe to you before you have held it, if you will forgive me the theater." Harry took the box. He opened it. Inside was a wand of smooth, pale wood, paler than the holly had been, with a grip that fit his palm as if someone long ago had measured his palm and built the wand for it specifically. He held it. He did not wave it. He did not need to. The wand was already warm. A very small, bright point of light, like a firefly, hovered over the tip for exactly 1 second and then went out. Ollivander let out a long breath. "Oh," he said very softly. "Oh, he did remind you of him." "Yes." "Of course, Papa," Harry said. "Yeah, this wand feels like Yaga's garden. Then it's yours, Papa. Harry, this is the part where I want to cry a little and I am resisting it. Let me pay the man." "Ollivander, how much?" "It is, as I said, forgiven. The visitor paid in advance." "What was the core?" Ollivander smiled. He had, Harry noticed, a small and unexpectedly kind smile. "A Shikigami's tail hair," Ollivander said. "Offered at the time by the visitor himself from his own bonded creature. I was assured it was given willingly. I believed him. It is the only wand of its kind in this country. It is, in your hand, very much at home." Harry looked at his father. Gojo was, for the first time in a while, not quite able to arrange his face. He ran a hand down his jaw. He blew out a breath. "Ollivander," Gojo said very carefully. "The visitor, what did he look like?" "A tall man. Grave, dark glasses. He would not tell me his name. He left me with an instruction and a payment. That was all." "Thank you. He asked that a particular question be put to the boy if ever the boy arrived." Harry felt, quite briefly, the lodger stirring. He pushed it down without thought. He looked at Ollivander. "What was the question, sir?" Ollivander's voice was mild. "He asked," Ollivander said, whether you would be a student who minds his own business or a student who looks after others. And he asked that I simply watch your face when you answered and report the answer back to him if he should ever return for it. Harry thought about it for a moment. He did not think for long. Tell him, he said, both, but the second one is what I'll be doing when it matters. Ollivander nodded very slowly. Yes, he said, that was the answer I expected. Outside, in the alley, the afternoon had gone slightly gold. A clock somewhere struck 4. Gojo took the wand box from Harry's hand, closed it with great care, and handed it back to him. Papa, Harry said as they stepped back out onto the cobblestones. Yeah, kiddo. That was Yaga-sensei's wand, wasn't it? Gojo was silent for a long moment. Yeah, kiddo. He came to London 16 years ago. He did, yes. He had a trip. I didn't know about that part of it. I will be having words with him in several days. Papa. He's been planning this since before I was born. Yeah, he has. I don't know how much he knew, but he knew something. Papa. Yeah, I love him. Me too, kiddo, me too. They flew back to Tokyo that week. They prepared. Harry, with great seriousness, packed and repacked his trunk 3 times over the course of August, because Nanami had taught him that the correct method of packing was to begin 2 weeks in advance and to perform a dress rehearsal. Megumi, now 13 and trying very hard to be older, helped Harry study the first chapters of his textbooks in the mornings. Shoko, on the last night in August, sat Harry down and gave him a very plain speech about hygiene, sleep, and not being an idiot about injuries, the entirety of which was delivered while she smoked a cigarette out the open window so the smoke would not touch his face. Gojo did not say much in those last weeks. He watched Harry a great deal. He cooked Harry's favorite meals. He took Harry on his last training run, not a lesson, just a run, the 2 of them along the canal at 5 in the morning with the city waking up around them. And at the end of it, sitting on the railing of a small stone bridge with Harry beside him, he did something unusual. He took his blindfold all the way off. 6 eyes in the early light was, as Shoko had once said, the universe noticing itself. Harry had seen it before in pieces, but never with this degree of quiet. Papa. Yeah, I'll be okay. Yeah, you'll be okay too. Papa, you have Uncle Nanami, you have Aunt Shoko, you have Megumi, you have Machi the cat, you have Yaga-sensei, you have Makini, you have a whole building of people. You are not alone in Tokyo, okay? Gojo looked at him for a long time with his impossible eyes in the soft morning light. Yeah, kiddo, he said at last. Yeah, I know. He pulled the blindfold back on. He scrubbed his knuckles through Harry's hair. They walked home. Platform 9 3/4 existed in the way, Gojo decided later. Only certain kinds of wizard infrastructure existed. By insistence, you walked at a wall. You did not stop. You held your trolley. You expected the wall to move. And the wall, sensing your expectation, moved. Harry walked through it without hesitation. He had, after all, been expecting walls to move for him his entire life. The Hogwarts Express was red. It was enormous, and it smelled, Harry noticed right away, like his grandfather's old car back in Tokyo, though his grandfather had never owned a car. The smell was an idea rather than a memory, and he did not know why the idea was there at all. Gojo set Harry's trunk on the train without effort. Hedwig, in her cage, a snowy owl Gojo had bought for Harry at Diagon the last day, after Machi had insisted in the particular cat way that Harry required an owl of his own, hooted softly. Papa. Yeah, you're going to be fine. Kiddo, you're the strongest. Kiddo, I'll see you at the staff table at dinner, right? Yeah, don't embarrass me. No promises. Papa. I won't, too hard, I'll try. Harry hugged him. Gojo held on. He held on longer than he normally would, because, although he had seen this coming for 11 years, he had, in truth, been pretending not to. Okay, Harry said, into his father's shoulder. Okay, I love you. I love you too. Go, Harry went. He boarded the train. He found a compartment with a red-haired boy and a bushy-haired girl and a reasonably large toad that was being hunted. He had a very strange first afternoon of his new life, and he made 2 friends, which was neither more nor fewer than he had been expecting to make. He did not meet Draco Malfoy until an hour in, when Draco Malfoy came looking for him and left the compartment under considerably less favorable terms than he had entered. He did not meet Professor Snape until later, and he did not meet Professor Quirrell, technically, until he was already in Hogwarts. Although Professor Quirrell, though Harry did not know it yet, had been watching Harry's compartment from 3 cars back for the last hour, and had in the back of his mind been hearing a whisper he had been hearing in the back of his mind for a very long time, which whisper, upon spotting Harry, had said, in the oldest tongue it knew, "There he is." The Sorting Hat, when it was finally placed on Harry's head in front of the entire school, was old and warm and tired, and it took, for him, a little longer than usual. "Well, well," the hat said in Harry's head. "Well, now here is a puzzle." "Hi. Oh, polite, excellent start. Harry James Pottergoge, you have a great deal of raw courage, boy. You have a mother's brain behind the courage. You have, oh my, you have something else entirely behind the brain, a discipline I have not often seen in a child your age. Where did you find the discipline?" "My Uncle Nanami. He sounds like a marvelous man." "He is. Slytherin would be good for you, you know, ambitious house. Not what the reputation says. You would do well." "I would not like it there," Harry said privately to the hat. "No, why not?" "Because I have something inside my head that would like it there too much." The hat was, perhaps, the only consciousness on the planet that had already sensed the lodger on first contact. It paused. "Ah," it said quietly. "Ah, yes, I see. Yes, not Slytherin then, we will have no part of that." "Thank you. Ravenclaw, I think." "I don't know, sir. My uncle says I'm brave more often than I'm smart." "You are both, child. Your bravery is cleaner than your brains, that is true. It is also, I think, the thing you most want to become. Well, there are worse places to become brave." "Please," Harry thought quietly, "please make me a Gryffindor, because my mother was a Gryffindor, and if I am to walk in any of her rooms, I would like to start with that one." The hat quiet considered. "A fair request," it said kindly. "Granted. Gryffindor," the hat announced. The Gryffindor table, which had been waiting, exploded. Harry, blinking, walked to the table and sat down between the red-haired boy, whose name, he had gathered, was Ron, and his new bushy-haired friend Hermione. The rest of the sorting continued. At the staff table, far up at the front of the great hall, a tall man in dark glasses with very short white hair was clapping very loudly, in a way that several of the other professors were finding, already, deeply unprofessional. Next to him, Minerva McGonagall was closing her eyes in the exact weary way she had closed her eyes on their first meeting in Tokyo. Further down the table, a man with a purple turban and a stutter was staring, with polite and contained fascination, at Harry. And further down still, a man in black robes with a hooked nose and eyes like ink sat very still, with an expression that could not be identified except to note that his fists, beneath the table, had gone white at the knuckles. Harry, at the Gryffindor table, felt his scar prickle once, a small, experimental prickle as if someone were testing it. He did not turn his head. He did not look up. He did not even breathe unevenly. He smiled at Ron. He laughed at something Ron's brothers had just said. He took a bread roll from the platter that had just materialized. He ate. In his head, the lodger was screaming. 3 of them, the lodger was shrieking. 3 of them and the old man. "Harry, Harry, let me speak. Harry, Harry." "No," Harry said silently and bit his bread roll and chewed. The first week at Hogwarts was, to Harry, the most ordinary week he had experienced in several years. Nobody in Gryffindor Tower tried to kidnap him. No cursed spirits came out of the lake. The professors assigned reasonable homework, except for Professor Binns, who assigned unreasonable homework but did so in a tone so drifty that it was unclear whether he had intended to assign anything at all. Harry made his bed every morning. He wrote every evening a letter home. The letters were short. They were very Harry. "Dear Papa, Hogwarts is very old. The staircases move. Ron says that happens. Ron is not surprised by anything. Hermione is surprised by everything. She writes it down. Today we had flying class and I am better than Ron but worse than Hermione, which she is furious about because she wants to be better than me at every subject. And I am trying not to mind because Nanami says it is not healthy to mind. Ron has a pet rat. I miss Machi. The owl is fine. Love, Harry. P.S. Say hello to Megumi. Gojo, who is living at Hogwarts now in a small stone-walled suite just off the third-floor corridor, read these letters in the staff room each morning and usually laughed aloud at one sentence. Minerva McGonagall, sitting in the armchair across from his, had grown accustomed to Gojo's outbursts in the first 3 days, and by the fourth had begun to diagnose them. Which sentence today, Satoru? The owl is fine. It is a good sentence. It is his best sentence. He is, I think, a rather good writer. He is an excellent writer. He gets it from his mother, and not his father. I am not a writer, I am a talker. I talk at people until they go away. Yes, Satoru, I have noticed. They read the prophet in companionable silence. 3 desks down, a man in a purple turban drank tea alone, and was watched by Gojo the way a cat watches a bird it is, for the moment, not hungry enough to chase. Gojo had known on the first night. 6 eyes in the Great Hall had identified every threat in the room within 6 seconds of sitting down, and had rated them in descending order of interestingness like this. 1. A soul fragment insisted on the back of a living man's head under a ridiculous purple hat. Grade, low but active and slowly feeding, unusually stable for its age. 2. A teenage apparition bound into the wall of the Great Hall, not a threat, just listening. 3. A curse-bound object in the defense against the dark arts classroom, which meant the curriculum position itself was cursed, which Gojo had already heard about from Dumbledore in passing, and which had made him snort. 4. A particular professor in black robes with a haunted look and a dark mark fading on his left forearm, whose cursed energy was tangled in a complicated grief he had been carrying for a decade. Not a threat, worth watching for a different reason. 5. A very old shadow, layered into the forbidden forest, that was not like anything in England and was not even like anything in Japan, and that Gojo had been thinking about quietly for a week. He had not mentioned it to Dumbledore yet. He would, eventually. The insisted fragment on the back of Quirrell's head was the most pressing problem. It was, however, not the most urgent one. Dumbledore had told him the first night in a quiet corridor after the sorting feast. Leave Quirinus alone, for now. You want bait. I want information. Tom is playing a long game this year. I want to see which board he is playing on. If I pluck his pawn off it too soon, I lose my view of the board. Fair. When does this stop being bait and start being risk to my kid? The moment I cannot keep it from being risk to your kid, I will tell you. You will remove the pawn. I will cover the aftermath. Deal. So Gojo had watched. 6 eyes had watched. He had done nothing. He had, in point of fact, smiled at Quirrell in the corridors and mispronounced his name on purpose, because he had decided that if he could not do anything else to the man, he would at least get the pleasure of being very slightly annoying. The first serious incident happened on the 2nd Saturday of term. It was not Quirrell. It was not Snape. It was not, in fact, anything Dumbledore or Gojo had predicted. It was a guest. At 10 minutes past 3 in the morning, the ancient castle wards around Hogwarts registered an intrusion. The wards, which were layered and old and very proud of themselves, reported the intrusion to the headmaster's office via a small silver device on Dumbledore's desk, which made a single soft chime and then politely went quiet. Dumbledore was awake. He had not that night slept. He looked at the device. He read the location. He sighed, as an old man sighs at news he has been expecting for 40 years. He rang for Gojo. Gojo arrived in his pajamas, which were printed with small cartoon frogs because he was Gojo. "Who is it?" he said. "I do not know." "Where?" "3rd floor corridor, west side, just past the statue of Gregory the Smarmy." "That statue is, historically, a very bad place." "Yes, Satoru, that is not comforting." "It isn't meant to be. Are we going?" "You are going. I have a distraction to arrange in the dungeons in case there is a second point of entry. Take whomever you need. I'll take Minerva. She is asleep. She will not mind. Minerva, woken at 3:15 in the morning, minded very much, and she was nevertheless standing beside Gojo in the third-floor corridor 4 minutes later, in a dark green dressing gown, with her wand held in the exact professional grip of a woman who had been using it since before Gojo was born. "Report," she said. 6 eyes spread along the corridor like a held breath. 2, Gojo said. 1 human, 1 foreign. Not British, not Japanese, something else. I'm going to say Eastern European on the evidence of, yes, Bulgarian, I can taste it. The same outfit that sent the dart through Harry's window in August. One of the ones I did not personally meet. They are looking for Harry. They are a long way from the Gryffindor dorm. They are a long way from the headmaster's office. They are, Gojo said, turning his head slightly, in exactly the wrong corridor if they want either. Then what do they want? They want, Gojo said slowly, Gregory the Smarmy, or more specifically, what is under Gregory the Smarmy. Satoru. Yeah, there is nothing under Gregory the Smarmy. Minerva, Gojo said gently, there absolutely is. Dumbledore has been hiding something under that statue since the start of term. A very old thing, the Hogwarts equivalent, I think, of a cursed tool. Maybe connected to the old fragment on Quirrell's head. My guess is they had intelligence that it's down there and they've come to collect. Minerva's mouth went flat. Tell me later, she said. Deal with it now. Deal. They moved. Minerva, as a cat. She did not say why. Some years she was a cat, and some years she was a hawk, and one very bad year she had been. Briefly. A moth, and Gojo had learned in his first day on campus not to ask. Padded silently along the corridor ahead of them. Gojo followed, hands in pockets, pajamas still covered in frogs, grinning in the dark. The intruder was a tall, thin man in a traveling cloak, standing in front of the statue with one hand flat on its pedestal, murmuring something. The other hand held a long, thin iron rod with a curling end. The rod was not a wand. It was a cursed tool. Gojo recognized it as Bulgarian and also as rare and also as forbidden to import into 32 countries, including this one. Hi, Gojo said mildly. The man turned very fast. His other hand whipped up with the rod. He was, admittedly, good. His strike would have taken Gojo's head off if Gojo's head had still been in the place it had been when he had said hi. Gojo's head was somewhere else. Gojo was, in fact, behind the man, having crossed the corridor in the half-second the strike had traveled. You are looking for something under that statue, Gojo said pleasantly. Yes. What? I do not know, only that the man who paid me was willing to pay a great deal to know it. Who paid you? An Englishman. British. British, yes, older, tall. I did not see his face. Gojo put out a palm. The rod in the man's hand squirmed, struggled, and was removed from his grip by a pressure he could not have described. It floated through the air to Minerva, who caught it and looked at it with distaste. Okay, you are going back to Sophia in a little while. Minerva, call Amelia Bones, please. We're going to have a lovely, slow, ministry paperwork-heavy week of finding out who paid this gentleman. With pleasure, Satoru. And you? Gojo leaned in close. The man did not move. He could not. Gojo had infinity turned very subtly against the soles of his feet. You will live. You will not be injured. You will tell the Ministry of Magic everything you know, and I will never, ever see you near this castle again. Understood. Understood. Repeat it. Understood. Good man. They did not that night look under Gregory the Smarmy. Dumbledore had asked them very politely not to. They did not look because Dumbledore had said when they came to his office at 4 a.m, please, Satoru, I need the board to hold its shape a while longer. This was not the move I was watching for. This was noise. Let it be noise. How long does the board hold its shape? Until the 1st of June. Probably. Maybe May. My son, your son is safer with me in the center of this castle than anywhere else on Earth, Satoru. I am not asking lightly. Gojo looked at him for a long time. Dumbledore. Yes. Why did you not tell me what was under Gregory the Smarmy? Because you would have asked me whether it was safe to leave it there, and I would have had to tell you that it was safe until a particular person came for it. and that particular person was, as of this week, coming for it, and you would have wanted to move the object or the person out of the castle, and I want neither moved. You want Voldemort here. I want the fragment of him that walks in queerness here, yes. Dumbledore, I am not using your son as bait, Satoru. I am using myself as bait. I am simply using him as the reason the bait is plausible. Gojo stood still for a long moment. He almost said something sharp. He did not. If your bait gets too close to him, you will feel it before I do. You will act. I will not interfere. You have my word. Gojo exhaled slowly. Okay, he said. I accept your plan against my better judgment. I note the objection. Note it hard. I shall note it very hard. Gojo left. At the door he paused, turned, and said, Dumbledore. Yes, Satoru. Tell me what is under the statue. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. A stone, he said. Not precisely a stone. A thing shaped like a stone. A very old alchemical artifact. Do not ask me more. The less you know, the cleaner you move. Dumbledore. Satoru. If that thing touches my kid, I will put it through the ceiling. I would expect nothing less. Gojo left. Harry, who had slept through the entire incident, woke the next morning to the smell of porridge and the sound of Ron snoring in the next bed over. He lay there for a moment, listening. He had dreamed something in the night, something about his father arguing with a very old man in a room full of silver instruments, and the dream had faded on waking, but a small residue remained, not unpleasant, like the smell of rain on a road that has already dried. He got up. He dressed. He went down to breakfast. In the great hall at the staff table, his father was eating pancakes. Gojo had requisitioned, on the third day of term, a pancake allowance from the kitchen over Minerva's objection, and reading in a folded newspaper a very small article on the bottom of page 7, headlined Bulgarian citizen detained in Scotland. Ministry to investigate. Harry did not see the article. Harry waved. Gojo, without looking up, waved back with one lazy hand. At the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione, Harry poured himself juice. You're smiling, Hermione said. I like breakfast. You like Hogwarts, Ron corrected. I like both. You're weird, Ron said. Yes, Harry agreed. They ate. Outside, the Scottish autumn was doing its first proper work on the sky over the Black Lake, sending long streaks of white cloud across the blue. In Hogsmeade, a pub was opening. On the first-floor corridor, Peeves had already caused his first disaster of the day and been forgiven by Professor Flitwick. On the 7th floor, a wall had, quietly and unobserved, become a room for a first-year girl who needed a place to cry, and the wall had given her tissues. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was picking at his kippers and being deeply annoyed that the Potter boy was happy. At the staff table, Professor Snape was watching Harry without appearing to, and was, for reasons he could not have articulated, noticing for the first time that the Potter boy ate with his elbows off the table. And further up, at the very end of the staff table, Professor Quirrell was drinking tea with his mouth open and his eyes unfocused, because Professor Quirrell was not, this morning, entirely present, because the thing on the back of his head was very busy listening, and what it was listening to was Harry Potter Gojo's laughter from 3 tables away. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head hated the laughter. It hated everything about the laughter. It was a laughter that belonged, unmistakably, to a boy who had not been raised alone. Soon, the thing whispered, so softly that even Quirrell did not hear it, and then louder just to itself. Soon. Harry, unaware, took a second piece of toast and argued with Ron about whether the Chudley Cannons were a real Quidditch team or a hypothetical one that nobody had bothered to tell the Cannons about. Hermione, across the table, read ahead 3 chapters in her Charms textbook and made small, efficient notes in the margin. Nobody at the Gryffindor table looked up to notice that Professor Quirrell had, very briefly, stopped drinking his tea, and that Professor Snape had, very briefly, looked at his colleague with the cold clinical attention of a man who had begun to suspect something and was not yet ready to say what. Nobody noticed, either, the small black-haired man at the very edge of the staff table, whose invisible eyes saw all of it at once, who had calculated every geometry of every threat in the room, and who, nevertheless, allowed himself, for the length of a pancake, no more, to simply watch his son laugh at a joke about orange-striped brooms, and to be, briefly, at peace. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The Mirror of Arist, the thing in the Forbidden Forest, had been awake for 7 weeks before Gojo went to see it. He had been putting off the visit because putting off the visit was, by Gojo's lights, a perfectly legitimate strategic choice. The thing in the Forbidden Forest was, as far as he had been able to measure from the castle, not particularly dangerous to anybody except a very specific kind of person. The very specific kind of person was, broadly, him. That is, it was the kind of old cursed residue that did not bother with ordinary humans. It did not consume them, did not feed off them, did not even properly notice them, and that reserved its interest, almost exclusively, for sorcerers who carried techniques of a certain pedigree. The Japanese technical term for the condition was mutually polite mutual recognition. The loose translation was 2 dragons in a lake, neither eating the other, but both very attentive. Gojo, who had grown up with a dragon in his own head, had, for the 7 weeks, allowed the forest dragon to do its own business while he did his. Today, though, was the first Saturday after Halloween, and Halloween had been bad, and Gojo had decided that it was time to see the thing in the forest face to face and confirm, to his own satisfaction, what he already suspected, which was that the thing in the forest was a very old piece of one of the worst cursed spirits his country had ever produced, buried in this forest by a brave and very dead Japanese sorcerer a long time ago, and that it had started very quietly. To wake up because of the noise Voldemort's fragment was making inside his son's forehead. He walked into the forest at dawn. He did not bring Harry. He did not bring Minerva. He did not bring Dumbledore. He walked alone and unhurried, with his hands in his pockets, blindfold pushed up onto his forehead, until he found in the center of a small clearing a stone the size of a bread box set upright in the ground with a single vertical line scratched into it. He crouched in front of the stone. "Hey," he said conversationally in Japanese. Nothing answered. This was, he understood, the polite way things started. "You have been awake for a while, I know. I would have come sooner, but I had my hands full." "Sorry, I'm Gojo Satoru. I assume you know what 6 eyes is. If not, we can do introductions. I'll keep it short." Nothing answered. A small wind moved through the canopy overhead. Centaurs, somewhere off in the trees, were very carefully pretending they could not see him. "My son," Gojo said conversationally, "has in his forehead a piece of a foreign wizard's soul. I am going to pull it out of him within the year. When I do, there is going to be a brief but loud disturbance. You will feel it. I would like you to do me the courtesy of not confusing it for an invitation. This is the thing I came here to ask." Nothing answered, but something very faintly pulsed inside the stone. A kind of sigh, not angry, considered. "I will not disturb you," Gojo said softly. "I will not dig you up. I will not make anybody dig you up. I recognize you. I see what you are. I see what you were. I am very sorry for what was done to you. My country owes you several apologies it has not paid." The stone pulsed again, this time slightly warmer. "I need your word," Gojo said, "that when I do the thing with my son, you will stay in your stone. I will give you mine that I will not let any piece of Voldemort's soul come this way. Those are the terms." The stone was still for a long moment. Then Gojo felt it rather than heard it, a single word in a very old dialect of Japanese that nobody had spoken aloud in 500 years. The word was yes. Gojo exhaled. "Thank you," he said. He stood. He bowed once deeply. He walked out of the forest without looking back. In his wake, centaurs stepped cautiously into the clearing, sniffed the air, bowed their own bows, more out of confused reflex than comprehension, and returned to their grazing. He was back at the castle by 8. He went straight to the great hall, got a cup of coffee, and sat beside Minerva at the staff table. "Satoru, you are muddy." "I went for a walk." "You went into the forest." "Yes. Why?" "Book club." "Satoru, I'll tell you later." She inclined her head. The small Minerva nod that meant, "Fine, but I will hold you to this," and returned to her scone. Up the table, Quirrell was eating porridge with great focus and still not quite present. Down the table, Snape was reading the prophet and pretending to believe none of it. At the Gryffindor table, Harry was laughing at something the Weasley twins were saying. Gojo allowed himself, briefly, to be glad. What had happened on Halloween was this. A troll had gotten into the castle. Trolls, Harry learned later, did not normally get into the castle. Trolls, as a species, had been successfully locked out of Hogwarts for approximately 750 years without interruption. The particular troll that had gotten in on Halloween had gotten in because somebody had invited it. And the somebody, as Dumbledore explained to Gojo in private 2 hours after the incident, had been Quirrell, or rather the thing on the back of Quirrell's head, which had used Quirrell to open a very small door in a wall and walk a troll through it. Harry had, along with Ron, saved Hermione's life. Harry had done it with a Wingardium Leviosa cast badly, and a cauldron hooked onto the troll's club to give the club more momentum than the troll could control. Ron had done his part. Ron was turning out to be, when the chips were down, significantly smarter than he pretended to be, and Hermione had done her part, which was being brave enough not to panic in a cubicle with a troll. Between the three of them, they had rendered the troll unconscious in 37 seconds. Professor McGonagall had arrived in the 38th second, had been very angry, and had then, privately, awarded all 3 children 5 points apiece. Gojo, who had been in the Great Hall during the episode, had reached the bathroom at the exact moment the troll had crashed to the floor. He had looked at his son, who was standing between an unconscious troll and a thin, wet friend with a cauldron in his hand, and had, for the first time in Harry's life in a crisis, done nothing. He had bent down. He had kissed the top of Harry's head. He had said, "Good work." He had turned and gone to find Quirrell. Quirrell, he had discovered, was nowhere to be found that night. Quirrell was tired. Quirrell was drinking tea. Quirrell had been in a corridor on the other side of the castle the entire time. Ask anyone. Gojo had accepted this explanation with a broad, bright smile and had spent the rest of the evening, with his 6 eyes trained on Quirrell from approximately a meter away at all times, following him silently around the castle. Quirrell, by midnight, had been sweating. Dumbledore, by morning, had politely asked Gojo to please go drink coffee and stop harassing the defense against the dark arts professor, because the game was not over yet. Gojo had not liked it. Gojo had, nevertheless, complied. The book club, Gojo told Minerva that afternoon, had not been a book club. He told her over tea in her office with the door closed about the stone, about the thing sleeping in the forest, about Sukuna. Minerva, to her credit, did not panic. She set down her teacup with precision. Satoru. Yeah, there is a piece of a great curse god buried in the forbidden forest. Yeah, and nobody told us. Yaga-sensei knew. I'm going to have words with him about it. I assume the person who buried it there didn't leave notes in the Hogwarts library, but I'll ask Hermione Granger. She'd find them if they were there. Miss Granger is 11. Miss Granger can read Latin and Old English and is currently teaching herself Middle French because Flitwick mentioned Fleur de Pré as an old charm and she wants to understand it in the original. Miss Granger will find the notes. Satoru, that is not the point. Sorry, I know, I'm deflecting. Yes. The stone is not moving. The thing in the stone has given me its word that it will stay. I have a great deal of confidence in its word. In its own way, it is more reliable than most professors I know, not counting present company. How comforting. The risk is not that it breaks its word. The risk is that somebody else wakes it up. Voldemort's fragment does not know it is there. If he finds out, if the thing on Quirrell's head figures out there is a piece of Sukuna in the forest, he will try to bargain with it. And what will happen if he does? The thing in the stone will offer him a deal. The thing in the stone will lose. Sukuna has been bargaining for 1,000 years. Voldemort is an amateur at bargaining. He just doesn't know it yet. So in practice, what will happen is Voldemort's fragment will be consumed, and Sukuna's fragment will grow slightly stronger, which is bad for everyone, because Sukuna unrestrained in a castle full of magical children is, to put it lightly, a Tuesday I do not want to have. Satoru. Yeah. We should tell Dumbledore. Yeah. Today. Yeah. Now. Yeah. They went to tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore listened for exactly 7 minutes without interrupting. When they were done, he rose from his chair, walked to a shelf, took down a small silver instrument Gojo had never seen before, and turned it over in his hands. "Thank you," he said, finally, "for telling me. When were you planning to do something about Quirrell? When I was sure he would walk toward the stone and not around it. He is now walking toward it. I was planning to end the matter personally in early June. June is too late. I agree, it will now happen sooner. How much sooner? Christmas, Dumbledore said. After the start of the holidays. Fewer students in the castle. Easier to contain. Deal. Satoru, I want your word on something. Ask. When the matter is ended and the fragment of Voldemort is driven from Quirinus's body, it will flee. It will flee toward your son. It will attempt with great desperation to join itself to the larger fragment already in his forehead. When it does, and it will, I want you to be the one standing between it and him. I was planning on it. And Satoru. Yeah. Take both pieces out at the same time. Both the fleeing piece and the one in his head. I have made discreet inquiries. There are, I believe, more fragments of Voldemort abroad, 5 or 6 more, I suspect, hidden in various objects. If we remove the 2 that are close to your son, we deprive the rest of their anchoring framework. They may become findable. Okay, you are not surprised. I have suspected for 3 years. I assumed, still, I wish to be explicit. Dumbledore, yes, if we're doing this at Christmas, I want to tell Harry on the 21st. Of course. He is going to need the other 2 days to get ready. I understand. He is going to ask me if he can help. What will you say? Gojo looked at the old man for a long moment. I will say yes, he said, because he will help. Not by fighting, by holding still. He is very good at holding still. Satoru, yeah, your son is a remarkable child. I know. You did very well with him. Gojo looked away. Dumbledore pretended, generously, not to notice. Harry, that November and December, trained. Not magic, Hogwarts kept him busy enough with magic, but the old training, the training his father had been teaching him since he was 7. He did it every morning, in a room on the 7th floor that had started appearing for him ever since the day he had wished for it. A room that seemed to know what he needed. The room of requirement, which was what Dumbledore called it. Later, when Harry finally admitted to him that he had been using it, gave Harry every morning a padded floor, a training dummy that hit back politely, and a window that showed him whatever Tokyo's skyline looked like that hour. It was the window that got him. He did not tell anyone about the window. It would have been too much. He worked by himself on reverse cursed technique. Reverse cursed technique was the thing Shoko had promised him, a year ago, that she would eventually teach him properly. Shoko had, over the summer, started him on it, working on fingernails, on paper cuts, on a single-healed bruise he had given himself on purpose. By the time Hogwarts had started, he had been able to close a paper cut in about 40 seconds. It was, she had said, the slowest reverse cursed technique she had ever personally witnessed. She had said it with affection. She had also said, "Keep at it, kid, it'll click one day." It clicked in the room of requirement on the 15th of December. He had given himself, that morning, a deep bruise on his left forearm by running into the training dummy harder than he should have. He had sat down on the floor, watched the bruise darken, and decided to try to heal it. He had sat for 10 minutes with his right hand over the bruise. Nothing. He had sat for 20. Nothing. He had, at 22 minutes, said a word his uncle Nanami had forbidden him, and on the strength of the forbidden word, the cursed energy under his right palm had turned over. The bruise faded. Harry stared at it. He did it again. He gave himself another bruise, more carefully this time, and closed it in 90 seconds. He sat there for a long time. His heart was thumping in a specific way his heart only thumped on very good days. He stood up. He walked out. He went down to the Great Hall. At lunch, he sat beside Hermione and he ate a very slow sandwich and he said nothing about what had happened. Ron, across the table, asked him if he was feeling okay. "I'm fine," Harry said. "You look weird." "I'm fine, Ron. You look weird in a good way, like you won something." "I'm fine." "Fine." Harry did not tell anyone. He would eventually. He would tell Shoko first. He had it in his head that he should earn the right to tell her by doing it at least 100 more times before Christmas. He added it to his list. The conversation with Gojo on the 21st of December happened, by mutual prior arrangement, in the room of requirement. The room, at Gojo's request, produced a tatami floor and a low table. Tea, 2 cushions. Harry sat on one cushion. Gojo sat on the other. Gojo, for this conversation, wore his blindfold. Harry had learned over the years that his father wore the blindfold most when he did not want his eyes to influence what he was saying. "Kiddo, Papa, it's time." Harry did not pretend not to know what his father meant. He had known, since breakfast that morning, that his father was going to tell him today. He had felt the lodger flinch, at breakfast, across a crowded hall, in response to something his father had said to Minerva. The lodger had, since that flinch, been frantic, a small shrieking fish rattling its glass plate, and Harry had held the plate down and eaten 2 slices of bacon. "Okay. You remember what I said when you were 7, that I would take him out between 12 and 14 when you were ready. You are, strictly speaking, 11 and 4 months. We are ahead of schedule. It is because of Quirrell. Professor Dumbledore and I are going to end that problem on the 23rd. The fragment that flees Quirrell will come here, to this castle, to this corridor, to this boy, tonight. When it arrives, it will attempt to merge with the one in your forehead. That attempt will be the loudest the lodger has ever been. It will also be, for a brief window, the most extractable the 2 of them will ever be. I am going to take them both out. Okay. It will hurt. It will not hurt for long. It may feel like a very hard sneeze followed by a very long, hollow silence. You may cry. You may not cry. Either is fine. I will be holding your shoulders. Okay. You can say number. I know. Yes, Papa. Yes, what? Yes, do it." Gojo looked at him for a long time. He reached with one gloved hand across the low table and took Harry's left hand. "Harry, one more thing. After I pull him out, both of them, you will feel lighter. You will also feel stranger. The lodger has been in you since you were 1. You will not remember yourself without him. In the first week, you may feel as if you have lost a piece of yourself. You have not. You have lost only a piece of him. I want you to remember the difference." "Okay. Harry, yes, I am proud of you. I know, Papa. Repeat it. You are proud of me. Yes, I am proud of you too. Harry, I am, for looking for serious, for not telling me what was in my head until I was old enough, for being here. For the pancakes. Harry, the pancakes are important, Papa. I know about the pancakes." Gojo's mouth did a thing. Harry, watching him from across the low table, realized with a small internal lurch that his father was about to cry. His father did not cry, as a general rule. His father had cried, to Harry's knowledge, twice in 11 years. Once when Harry was 3 and had fallen off a train platform and been caught by infinity about an inch before the rails. Once when Yaga had, at dinner one night, made a small joke that had been, unintentionally, precisely the kind of joke James Potter had apparently used to make. Harry had witnessed both times, and he had, both times, given his father a minute and then asked what they were doing for dinner. He would do the same thing now. "Papa." "Yeah, what are we doing for dinner?" Gojo laughed, a short, wet, genuine laugh, and let go of his son's hand. He wiped his face with the back of his glove. "Nanami's coming," he said. "He flew in this morning. Megumi is with him. Shoko is with them. They are all downstairs. They are all pretending to be here for Christmas, and they are all actually here for you. We are going to eat very bad English roast chicken together tonight, and then tomorrow we are going to do training. And the day after tomorrow, we are going to handle your splinter. And then we are going to eat very bad English roast chicken together again, because it will be Christmas Day and we will still be together." Harry stared at him. He had not known, he had not even suspected. He had thought Nanami was working in Tokyo. He had thought Megumi was at Jujutsu High. He had thought Shoko was doing autopsies. "Papa." "Yeah, Papa, you, I know, kid, I know, come here." Harry went around the table. His father, already half risen, caught him and held him, and Harry did something he would not have done in front of anyone but his father, which was to put his face in his father's shoulder and cry, quietly for approximately 1 minute, not because he was sad, but because he was, for the first time in his life, understanding what luck was. "Okay," he said after the minute. "Okay? Okay, let's do this." The night of the 23rd, they all came together. Dumbledore, Gojo, McGonagall, Nanami, Shoko, Megumi, and Harry, in that order, along the far wall of the corridor outside the third-floor corridor where Gregory the Smarmy had, since the beginning of term, patiently watched a door. The door was open tonight. Quirrell had gone through it an hour ago. Dumbledore had let him. Dumbledore had also, while letting him, cut the magical binding that had been keeping the thing on the back of Quirrell's head attached to Quirrell's body. By now, in the chamber beyond, Quirrell was fighting the Mirror of Arist, a wizarding trap Dumbledore had set for exactly this purpose, and losing. Quirrell's host body was failing. The fragment on his head was preparing to flee. "Any minute," Dumbledore murmured. Any minute came 2 breaths later. The corridor lit briefly and from nothing with a thin green flash. A shriek, high and inhuman, split the air. The fragment, a black-green ribbon of smoke with nothing quite like a face in it, came boiling up through the trapdoor and down the corridor toward Harry like a fired bullet. Gojo stepped forward. He did not speak. He did not raise his voice. He did not even take his blindfold off. He raised one gloved hand. The fragment hit infinity and stuck, the way a wasp hits a window and cannot fly away. Its shriek climbed. Harry, 3 steps back between Nanami and Megumi, felt the lodger inside his forehead begin to shriek in answer. "Kiddo," Gojo said over his shoulder. "Walk to me." Harry walked. He did not run. Running would have helped the lodger. He walked, one steady step at a time, through the 10 feet between himself and his father, with Nanami's hand on his left shoulder for the first 3 steps, and then Megumi's hand for the middle 4, and then, the last 3 steps, alone. Gojo knelt. Harry stood in front of him. Gojo, with his free hand, placed his palm on Harry's forehead, the lodger's exact location, and threw infinity with his other hand on the wasp fragment writhing against the air 6 feet away. "Harry," Gojo said very softly, "close your eyes, think of the fish in the bowl. Put your hand over the bowl, not the plate. Keep the hand there, I will do the rest." "Okay, Papa." Harry closed his eyes. He thought of the fish. He put his hand in his imagination over the bowl. Gojo's hand on his forehead began to get warm, then hot, then too hot, then in a way Harry could only describe later as a kind of cold, very cold. There was a small tug somewhere that was not physical, then another, then a third, this one not small, this one a jerk, as if something in Harry's body had been pulled that had never been pulled before, and then suddenly a great loud empty silence, the silence of a radio being unplugged after 11 years of humming in the corner. Harry, with his eyes still closed, swayed on his feet. Somebody, Nanami, he thought, caught him by the shoulders from behind. His father's hand on his forehead went away. The lodger did not speak. The lodger did not whisper. The lodger did not exist. The inside of Harry's head was, for the first time in the history of Harry's head, uninhabited by anyone except Harry. He opened his eyes. Gojo was still kneeling in front of him. Between Gojo's 2 palms, now pressed together, was a small glowing ball of something, black and green, writhing, shrinking, that Gojo was, with the casual precision of a man squeezing a water balloon, condensing to nothing. "Hi, Tom," Gojo said pleasantly. "Goodbye, Tom." He closed his hands. The small glowing ball became smaller. The small glowing ball became nothing. There was a silence in the corridor. In the chamber below, Quirrell, no longer possessed, had collapsed, unconscious but alive. Dumbledore moved past them all to the trapdoor, murmured something, and went down. McGonagall, behind Harry, was crying quietly, which Harry did not see. Harry looked at his father. "Papa?" "Yeah, it's quiet. I know. It's loud quiet. It's the loudest quiet I've ever heard." "I know, Papa. Yeah, can I sit down?" "Yes." Harry sat down on the cold flagstones. Gojo sat down beside him and put an arm around him. Megumi, on Harry's other side, sat down too. Shoko came and stood over them, lit a cigarette against regulations, and did not move. Nanami, behind them all, did not sit. He was Nanami, but he stood close, and he put one hand on the back of Harry's head, and he did not move either. Somewhere in a castle 1,000 years old, a very old ghost drifted past the window of Gryffindor Tower and, seeing nobody inside, moved on. Somewhere in the forest, a stone with a single vertical line scratched into it pulsed once, warmly, and went still. Somewhere in the dungeons, a house elf named Lolly was humming to herself while making a cake that was too big for the table. That would be, tomorrow at Christmas breakfast, the most complicated cake in the entire kingdom. Harry, with his eyes closed, felt the empty floor of himself. His father beside him breathed. "Papa." "Yeah, I'm okay. I know. I'm actually okay." "I know, kiddo. Papa. Yeah, I love you." Gojo kissed the top of his son's head and said nothing, because for once he did not, in fact, have anything clever to say. Harry slept for 17 hours after that. He slept in the infirmary wing, where Shoko and Madame Pomfrey, who had, within 6 minutes of meeting each other, become the kind of professional colleagues who had a great deal to argue about and a great deal more to agree on, ran scan after scan over him and declared him, after the 14th hour, a healthy and mildly depleted 11-year-old with no unwanted passengers. When he woke, it was Christmas morning. The sun, coming through a high, narrow window, was that specifically Scottish winter sun, the kind that gives up halfway across a floor. "Kiddo, Papa." "Hey, hi." Harry sat up. His father was in the chair beside the bed, not in his usual posture, but in the one Harry had only seen him in twice, which was the one Gojo took up when he had stayed awake in the chair the entire night. Harry did not comment. Instead, he turned his head, looked at the small stack of wrapped packages on the bedside table, and said, "Papa." "Yeah, are those for me?" "They're for you." "From who?" "Everybody." Ron's mother sent a jumper. Hagrid sent a carved flute. Hermione sent a book. Megumi made a wand case. Nanami sent you socks. "Socks! Excellent ones. He will defend the choice at length if you let him." "And Uncle Sirius." Gojo was quiet for a moment. "Uncle Sirius sent you a letter." Harry turned all the way to look at him. He is out, kiddo. He came out of Azkaban 4 days ago. The ministry has backdated a bunch of paperwork, and there will be a hearing in February, but his freedom is confirmed. He is staying with Remus Lupin in Yorkshire for the moment. He sent you a letter because he did not know whether he was, yet, allowed to come see you. The answer is going to be yes. He is going to come see you. We just need to get you out of the hospital wing first. Harry closed his eyes. He opened them. He did not cry this time because he had cried enough this week and he had a quota. "Can I read the letter?" "Yeah, here." Gojo handed him an envelope. The envelope was, Harry noticed, slightly water-stained. Either the owl had flown through rain or the writer had cried on it. Either was fine. Harry opened it. The letter inside was 2 pages long. It was written in a hand Harry had never seen before, but that he, for no reason he could articulate, recognized. The letter did not explain everything. The letter did not try. The letter said, in the opening sentence, "Harry, I am your godfather, and I have been in a bad place for a long time, and I am out now, and I do not deserve the rest of this letter yet, so I will keep it short." And then the letter told him 3 stories about his parents. One about his mother singing off-key at a karaoke in a small pub Sirius would not describe. One about his father falling off a broom and laughing the whole way down. One about the day Harry had been born, and how, when the nurse had handed Harry to Sirius for the first time, Harry had grabbed Sirius's finger and not let go for 45 minutes, during which Sirius had not moved. That story ended. "I think you were the first thing in the world I ever really looked at." Harry read the letter twice. He folded it carefully. He put it under his pillow. "Papa." "Yeah, thank you." "Kiddo," Sirius wrote the letter. "You got him out. Amelia Bones got him out, with the evidence I gathered, with the lawyer I paid, with the journalist I bribed with sushi. Amelia got him out. Her name goes on the story." "Papa." "Yeah, you got him out." Gojo did not answer. Gojo was, in fact, not able to answer because Gojo's throat had closed. Harry, watching him, understood as children with perceptive fathers sometimes suddenly understand, that his father had been doing this particular thing for him for the entire 10 years Harry had been alive, and that the entire 10 years had been, in some sense, a very long, unspoken apology for a night in England when a child had lost two parents, and that the apology had not been necessary, but his father had paid it anyway, and was going to keep paying it for the rest of his life. Harry did not say any of this because his father was Gojo and would have waved it off. Harry simply put his hand on his father's wrist and left it there. After a while, Gojo said, in a steadier voice, "Okay, presents, come on. Ron's mother makes amazing jumpers, and this one is going to be green with an H on it, and you are going to love it." The jumper was, in fact, green with an H on it. Harry did, in fact, love it. He put it on immediately. He tried to walk off the effects of 17 hours of sleep in the infirmary, wrapped in the jumper, while Madame Pomfrey watched him from a distance and muttered about his gait. By noon he was, in her grudging judgment, fit to leave. By 1 he was in the great hall eating Christmas lunch with his father, Nanami, Shoko, Megumi, Minerva, Dumbledore, Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and, to Harry's shock and eventual pleasure, Remus Lupin, who had come up from Yorkshire that morning to drop off a letter of his own, and who had, to his own obvious confusion, been seated at the staff table by Gojo with great ceremony and no negotiation. Lupin, it turned out, was 32 years old and looked 50. He had a tired, kind face, and he laughed at Ron's jokes, and he cried once very quietly when Harry said, without thinking, "My mother played piano, right?" And Lupin had answered, "Yes, Harry, and she was the worst pianist in the school, and she practiced anyway every Sunday." After the small cry, he had said, "I am sorry, Harry, I do that sometimes. I loved her, that is all." "It's okay," Harry said. "Papa does it sometimes too." "Papa Gojo." "Yes." Lupin looked across the table at Gojo. Gojo, busy with a turkey leg, did not look up but raised the turkey leg in a small acknowledgement. "I look forward to knowing him," Lupin said carefully. "You'll like him." "I expect I will." That afternoon, while the sun was still trying, Harry went into a small deserted classroom on the 4th floor that he had found, by accident, during his 2nd week at the castle. He did not know why he went. He had meant to go to the library. He had meant to find Hermione and finish her book. He had meant to do any number of things. He had, however, ended up in the 4th floor classroom, the Mirror of Arist, which Dumbledore had moved out of the chamber below on the 23rd, and which Dumbledore had been planning to store, long-term, in a vault under Gringotts, had been temporarily stowed in a draped corner of the 4th floor classroom because Gringotts had been closed for the holidays. Dumbledore had put a gentle warning charm on the door. The charm was intended to keep students away. The charm, Harry found, did not keep him away, because Dumbledore had, with great care, tuned the charm so that it would register Harry as a particular kind of special case. Harry pulled off the drape. The mirror was tall. It was gold-framed. It was scarred and ancient and very kind-looking, if a mirror could look kind. Harry had read about the Mirror of Arist 2 weeks ago in a book Hermione had found in the restricted section, and he had known in the abstract what it was. He stepped in front of it. He saw himself. In the mirror. 11. In a green jumper with an H on it. Beside him, in the mirror, stood his mother. Harry had not, in the years of his life, allowed himself to picture his mother much. Papa had, over the years, given him photographs of her laughing at a wedding, of her holding a baby on a rug, of her grinning at a younger version of Sirius Black who was apparently wearing, for reasons no one had ever explained, a traffic cone on his head, and Harry had committed the photographs to memory. Still, he had not allowed himself to imagine her in motion. He had decided at 6 that imagining her in motion would be dangerous, because he would begin to miss a movement he could not actually remember, and the missing would hurt in a way he would not know how to put down. The mirror showed him his mother in motion. She was laughing. She had her hand on his shoulder. She was mouthing something at him, and he could not quite hear it, but he understood it anyway, which was that she was telling him he needed a haircut. Beside her, on his other side, stood his father. Not Gojo, the other father, James Potter. Also laughing, also a little bit sad under the laughter, also mouthing something, which Harry did not quite hear either, and understood anyway, which was, "Hello, kid." Harry stood in front of the mirror for a long time. He did not cry. He had, as noted, a quota, and it had been met this week already. He simply stood. At his back, very softly, a voice said, "It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live." Harry did not turn. He had known, somehow, the entire time that Dumbledore was in the room. Dumbledore had been in the room for, he suspected, a while. "Yes, sir. You have been standing there for 40 minutes. Is it that long? It is that long. Come away. Tomorrow you will know to come away sooner. In a week you will not come at all. What did you see when you were my age, sir?" Dumbledore, behind him, was quiet. "I did not see anything good, Harry. I saw, when I was your age, a kingdom. The mirror is not wise. It is only honest about what you most want. What I most wanted, at your age, was the wrong thing. It took me many years to stop wanting it. For that alone, I do not trust the mirror. For that alone, I will move it tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Dumbledore put a hand on Harry's shoulder. It was a very light hand. Harry could tell that the old man was being careful with him. "Harry, I know who you saw. I will not ask you to confirm. I will say only this. Your mother was very funny and your father had a terrible singing voice, and they would both, without any hesitation, have loved the boy you are today. That is the part of the mirror that is true. The rest is a trap." "Yes, sir." "Come with me. There is turkey pie somewhere in the castle, and I have not yet found it. Help me find it." "Yes, sir." Harry walked out of the classroom with Albus Dumbledore. The mirror stayed behind. Harry did not come back to it, not that week, not the next week, not any week of his first year. He would see it again, eventually, in another corner of his life, but by then he would understand it, and that would be a different story. On the 27th of December, 3 things happened. First, Sirius Black arrived at Hogwarts. He arrived by apparition onto the front lawn, walked up the path, stopped at the gates, and stood there for a minute with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders shaking with something that was not quite laughter and not quite grief. Harry came out of the castle to meet him. Sirius, looking up and seeing a small 11-year-old boy in a green jumper, said, Oh, bloody hell, kid, you have her eyes." Harry said, "You have a dog face." Sirius said, a little wetly, "I do, rather." They stood at the gate. Sirius, to Harry's relief, did not hug him. Sirius seemed to understand, without being told, that there was going to be a hug eventually, and that it was going to be a big one, and that first they needed to stand next to each other for a little while and not hurry the hug. They stood. Gojo, from the doorway of the castle, watched them with his blindfold on and his hands in his pockets and a very particular specific smile. After a while, Sirius said, "Your godfather has been an idiot for 10 years. Your godfather is sorry. You weren't an idiot. People hurt you. Your godfather is still sorry. Okay, come here, you little menace." They hugged. It was, as predicted, a big one. The second thing that happened on the 27th of December was that Draco Malfoy, who had stayed over the holidays because his parents were at a ski chalet in Switzerland and did not want him, found Harry in the library with his feet up on a chair, and delivered a speech he had clearly been preparing for 3 days. Harry listened to the speech. The speech was about how Draco would be willing, in the interest of Harry's obvious confusion about the social geography of their year, to help Harry identify which Gryffindor housemates were worth Harry's attention and which were not. Harry listened to all of it. When Draco was done, Harry said, "I like Ron and Hermione. Hermione is smarter than you and Ron has better jokes than you. I don't want to be less friends with them. I would be willing to be also friends with you if you did not require me to stop being friends with them. This is my offer." Draco, not having prepared for this response, stood in silence for a very long moment. "I will consider it," he said. "Please do." Draco walked away. Harry went back to his book. 6 months later, Draco would come back with a follow-up proposal, which he would deliver with great dignity, and which Harry would also accept, also with dignity. It would be the start of something neither of them knew how to name at 11, but that would end up being, years later, a small unobtrusive alliance that stopped several kinds of unpleasantness inside Slytherin House. The third thing that happened on the 27th of December was Professor Snape. Harry had been dreading the encounter with Snape. Snape had, over the course of the first term, delivered 2 distinct insults a week to Harry in potions class, each of them expertly crafted, each of them not quite actionable under school rules. Harry had never responded. He had, under his father's advice, sat through them with the particular expressionless face he had been practicing since he was 8. Snape had hated the expressionless face. The insults had grown sharper. Minerva, at one dinner, had suggested to Gojo privately that if Snape did not stop, she was going to hex him, and Gojo had said, "Please wait. Let me hex him first." And Minerva had said, agreed, jointly, on the understanding that I hex him on the way out and you hex him on the way in. On the 27th of December, Professor Snape came into the empty defense corridor Harry was walking down alone. He stopped 10 feet from Harry. Harry stopped. They looked at each other. "Potter," Snape said, "Professor, I did not expect to see you walking the corridors today. I had a book to return, sir. Potter, your mother was the only student of my generation I ever truly respected. She knew how to brew. Thank you, sir. She did not deserve to die. No, sir. I have been in your class unkind." Harry, who had been coached by Nanami since he was 6 on how to handle a partial apology from a powerful adult, said, "You have been professional, sir, in a particular flavor. Potter, sir, are you being sarcastic with me?" "No, sir. I am being very deliberately neutral with you, sir." Snape's mouth did a thing that was not quite a smile. Something behind his eyes loosened one notch. "Your father is an idiot." "Which father, sir?" "Both of them." "That is probably fair, sir." "Potter, I will not apologize. I am not going to apologize. But the insults will end. They will end today. You will find me in class, professionally cold but not personal. This is the offer." "I accept the offer, sir. Do not make me regret it." "I will try not to, sir." Snape inclined his head very slightly and walked past him. Harry did not turn to watch him go. Harry went to the library and returned his book. When he came back to the Gryffindor common room that evening, he found his father in the portrait hole waiting for him, with Sirius and Remus standing behind him and Megumi leaning against the wall eating, improbably, a pear. "Kiddo, Papa, you ran into Snape." "Yes, Papa. Did he apologize?" "Not in words, but basically." "Basically. Good. How did you know?" "Minerva told me. She watched from the end of the corridor. She is very proud of you. She asked me to tell you that her Friday class tomorrow expects you not to be a minute late." "I won't be." Gojo grinned. He turned to Sirius. "Sirius, dinner, come on." "Where?" "The kitchens. The house elves love me. We eat in their Wednesdays." "It's Thursday." "Wednesdays and Thursdays now, come on." They went down to the kitchens. Harry, between his father and his godfather, with Megumi on his other side, walked through corridors full of Christmas candles that had been lit for nobody and for everybody, and felt, for the first time in his short life, that he had become a person with 2 countries. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 Honored 1. The spring term passed without incident, which was a way of saying that the usual number of unusual things happened, and no new ones. Harry attended potions class without being insulted, and was, to his mild surprise, good at it. Hermione took second place in potions for the term. Harry took first. Hermione, to her mild and furious credit, accepted the placement without visible complaint and doubled her study hours. Ron placed 14th in potions and remained, throughout, Ron. Gojo attended the staff meetings, contributed nothing useful to them, ate all the biscuits on the biscuit plate every single time, and was loved and hated in approximately equal measure by the rest of the staff. Minerva and Phileas Flitwick took up, between them, the long-running hobby of mocking Gojo gently at dinner. Minerva did the dry delivery. Phileas did the high-pitched giggle. Gojo, for his part, cheerfully agreed with every mockery and refilled his wine glass without looking at it. Sirius took an apartment in Hogsmeade so that he could be near Harry without being on top of him. Remus, over the winter, moved to Hogsmeade too, and the 2 of them, to Harry's mild amusement, became the kind of housemates who argued about the dishes and about the correct arrangement of books. Harry, on his second visit to their apartment in March, looked at a shelf where the books had been, overnight completely rearranged, looked at Sirius, looked at Remus, and said, "Oh." "What?" Sirius said. "Nothing," Harry said. "I just understand a thing now, that's all." "What thing?" Nothing, Padfoot, never mind. Sirius had gone very red. Remus, from the kitchen, had laughed like a man who had been laughing at that exact situation for 22 years. Harry, who was 11 and had been raised in a household where Shoko and Yaga had, over the years, had several frank conversations about the fact that romantic attachment was a thing some people had and a thing Shoko, in particular, did not. And where Nanami had explained the broader landscape of romantic attachment in extremely exact terms, had shrugged and gone out to play with Sirius's dog Padfoot, who was, Harry had discovered, also serious, and had not pressed the matter. Because whatever was happening was, obviously, Sirius and Remus's business. Later that month, Sirius would, at a kitchen table, formally tell Harry that Remus was his partner and had been on and off since Hogwarts, and Harry would say, "Yes, I figured," and Sirius would say, "You figured at 11," and Harry would say, "Papa has been dating Shoko for 10 years without admitting it. I am experienced." Papa has been what? Papa has been dating Aunt Shoko for 10 years without admitting it. Harry. He hasn't said, Sirius, I'm not supposed to tell. Harry, I am your godfather. I need you to tell me this kind of thing immediately, always, for the rest of your life. Yes, Sirius. The incident that brings us back into this story happened on the evening of the 29th of May. It happened on a Tuesday, which was Gojo's least prepared day of the week, because Tuesdays had, since Gojo was a second year himself, been the day Gojo scheduled his laziness. The laziness was legendary. Ask Shoko. Ask Yaga. Ask Nanami. Gojo's Tuesdays were, historically and without apology, terrible. So naturally the British Death Eater remnants, or rather what was left of them after 9 months of Amelia Bones systematically dismantling their leadership with paperwork and with raids, chose a Tuesday to do their thing. Their thing was a resurrection ritual. They had learned, from a captured colleague who had broken during interrogation in February, that 2 of Voldemort's remaining soul fragments were approaching the end of their stable lives. They had learned, from their own pooled research, that the soul fragments could, in theory, be hastened into a new bodily vessel by means of a long and messy ritual that involved 3 specific ingredients, 2 of which they could obtain easily, and 1 of which they could not obtain at all, because it was the blood, freely given, of an enemy. The freely given was the trouble. It was, in wizarding metaphysics, the most specific kind of consent. They had decided, in a meeting in a basement in Kent that Amelia Bones would later raid and find empty, to substitute involuntary for freely given by means of a cursed compulsion potion, and to obtain the blood of their enemy of choice, who was obviously Harry Potter, by a method so stupidly daring that Gojo, when he learned of it later, would laugh for a full minute and a half. Their method was to levitate the entire north wing of Hogwarts into the air, with Harry inside it. They did not know, it transpired, enough about the defensive wards of Hogwarts to understand that the north wing was, structurally, impossible to levitate, because the north wing had been built by Rowena Ravenclaw personally in such a way that it was magically tethered to the foundation of the Scottish Highlands. They also did not know, it transpired, enough about where Harry slept. Harry did not sleep in the north wing. Harry slept in Gryffindor Tower, which was in the east. Nevertheless, at 6:30 on the evening of the 29th, a coordinated ritual of approximately 14 Death Eater remnants across a 200-mile perimeter attempted to levitate the north wing of Hogwarts, failed, and succeeded instead in severely straining the north wing's wards, which had a small but not insignificant resonance with the east wing's wards, which had the effect of briefly, for about 40 seconds, opening a seam in the defensive magic around Gryffindor Tower. Into this seam, from a chimney on the roof of the tower, something descended. It was not Voldemort. It was, however, a sizable chunk of Voldemort. The fragment, gathered over months out of several of his surviving Horcrux objects, by a devoted and particularly incompetent disciple named Evan Jugson, had been held in a small clay jar in the chimney for 3 days, waiting for exactly this seam to open. The seam had opened ahead of schedule, because the Death Eater's timing was bad, but the fragment was not going to complain about punctuality. It climbed, in the form of a thick, dark smoke, out of the chimney into the boys' dormitory of the first-year Gryffindors, at which point Ron Weasley, aged 12 now, sitting up in bed doing a last check of his herbology essay, looked over at the chimney, saw the smoke, and without any hesitation at all stood up and shouted, "Harry, it's a thing, Harry." Harry, in the next bed over, sat up. He did not immediately understand what he was looking at. He understood, however, very quickly. "Ron, get behind me." "Harry, what?" "Ron, behind." Ron got behind. Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who had been, respectively, asleep, sharpening a quill, and sketching, all woke up or looked up at the same time. Neville, to his own lifelong surprise, grabbed a cauldron off the shelf above his bed and without any further instruction hucked it at the cloud. The cauldron passed through the cloud. The cloud hissed. "Harry," said the cloud, in a thin, cold voice that had been designed once for intimidation. "You thought you were free of me. You thought your father had unpicked the last of me. You thought, Papa." Harry shouted in Japanese, loud enough to be heard 3 corridors away, loud enough that anyone who had been born in the other language would have recognized it as not a cry for help but a call, a specific cue, a family signal developed over years of use. "Papa!" The boys' dormitory. From 3 corridors away in the staff room, Satoru Gojo, who had been, in point of fact, playing chess with Minerva, stood up so fast that his king fell over. "Minerva," he said, "raise the wards, call Dumbledore, call Sirius. We have 8 seconds." He did not wait for the response. He left the staff room by going through its wall, because Tuesdays, as mentioned, made him lazy, and walking around the wall took 2 seconds longer. The cloud in the dormitory, ignoring the cauldron and ignoring Neville and ignoring the other boys, stretched itself toward Harry. It was, it transpired, very hungry. It had been collecting itself out of 6 disparate hiding places for months. It wanted, very badly, to find its missing pieces, and the missing pieces were both, as far as it could sense, inside Harry Potter. The missing pieces were not inside Harry Potter. The missing pieces had been, 5 months ago, compressed to nothing between the 2 gloved palms of Satoru Gojo. The cloud did not know this. It stretched. It touched with one thin tendril the place on Harry's forehead where the lodger had used to be. The place was empty. The cloud, confused, hesitated. In the hesitation, Harry did 3 things. First, he threw a wall. He threw it big. He had been practicing walls since he was 7, and he had, over the last 5 months, learned to throw them thicker. The wall covered the space between himself and the cloud, and it was, by the standards of an 11-year-old, very solid. The cloud hit the wall and slowed. Second, he held out his right hand, palm up, and asked his cedar wand to come to him. The wand in its box on his bedside table shot out. Its Shikigami hair core knew him. The wand arrived in his hand already warm. Third, he said something. He had been in his own head, working on the something for 4 months. He had not told anyone. He had privately been composing it the way one composes a piece of music, a combination of a Jujutsu principle and a wizarding incantation, put together in such a way that neither of them was weakened by the other. He had designed it specifically for the one scenario he knew, in his bones, he would eventually have to face, which was a scenario in which a piece of Voldemort's soul came looking for him. He raised the wand. He pointed it at the cloud, through the wall, which was fading now, which had only another second of life. He said very clearly, "Kai." The word was the Japanese word for release. It was also, Harry had decided, a perfectly good spell word. Wizards, it turned out, did not care especially what language your spell words came from. They cared what you meant. What Harry meant, through the cedar wand and through his own cursed energy channeled along the wand's length, was release. Specifically, release the thing I'm pointing at from its current form so that I can see it as it is. The cloud came apart. It did not die. It did not dissipate. It simply lost its shape. Where a cloud had been, there was now a long, thin smear of soot and smoke, and something that looked, in the dim dormitory light, like the ghost of a face. A face that was thin and snake-like and angry. "You!" the face hissed. "You, what did you?" Kai, Harry said again. The face came apart further. It broke into 3 pieces, 3 smaller, weaker clouds, each one smaller than the original. The 3 pieces began, frantically, to try to recombine. Harry did not let them. He moved the wand along a slow arc. He said the word a 3rd time. Kai! The 3 pieces broke into 7. Behind him, in the doorway, Satoru Gojo, who had covered 3 corridors in 4 seconds, arrived in time to see his son doing the thing Gojo himself had been privately planning to do for him. And who was, it turned out, not doing it alone. Gojo, who had been ready to pull out every reserve of infinity of 6 eyes of cursed technique to deal with a fragment of Voldemort that had somehow reassembled inside his son's bedroom, stopped in the doorway. He watched Harry break the cloud into 7 pieces with a word. He grinned so hard it hurt his face. "Kiddo," he said. "Papa," Harry said without turning around. "Stay there, I'm doing something." "I'll stay here." "Papa, the pieces are trying to get out the window." "I see them." "They're not leaving, kiddo. Infinity on all 4 walls. Go." Harry said the word a 4th time. "Kai!" The 7 pieces became 13. He said it a 5th time. "Kai!" 13 became 29. He said it a 6th time, more quietly, because he was starting to feel tired, and because the thing in front of him was starting to feel like less of a monster and more of a scattered, small, bad thing. "Kai!" 29 became 81. 81 small glowing soot pieces floated in the air of the first-year boys' dormitory, each of them smaller than a fingernail, each of them furious and frightened and completely incapable of reassembling themselves. Harry lowered the wand. "Papa." "Yeah." "Can you do the rest?" "I can do the rest. Come here." Harry walked to his father. He did not rush. He was, now that it was over, feeling somewhere between his shoulders a kind of exhausted satisfaction he had never felt in his life before. He sat down on the floor next to Gojo's boots. Gojo did not look at him. Gojo raised his right hand and closed it once gently as if he were closing a book. The 81 small soot pieces winked out, all of them simultaneously. There was a small dusty noise, then there was nothing. "Papa." "Yeah." "Is that the last one?" "No, kiddo, there are 4 more." "But I know where they are. The old man and I have been waiting for them to show themselves, and this one just did, which means we know where at least one of the other 4 is going to be in the next week. We'll get them all. It's a matter of weeks now." "Okay, kiddo." "Yeah, what was that word?" "Kai, yeah, I heard that. What technique?" "I invented it." "Harry, I did. I thought about what it should do for a long time and I put it together." "Harry, it's sort of a version of your purple, Papa, except it's reverse. It releases things instead of annihilating them. It takes a thing that is too complicated and makes it less complicated. It only works on bad things. Good things are already simple. Bad things are always tangles. I unpick the tangles. I don't know, I haven't named it." Gojo stared down at his son. Around them, Ron and Neville and Seamus and Dean were in a stunned cluster, staring too. In the corridor behind Gojo, Minerva McGonagall had arrived, with Dumbledore one stride behind her, and both of them had stopped in the doorway. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly from the doorway. "Yes, sir." "What you just did?" "Yes, sir." "It is, I believe, a new form of magic." "I know, sir. You invented it." "Yes, sir." "At 11. "Yes, sir." "Without telling anyone." "I was not sure it would work, sir. I did not want to tell people about a thing that would not work." "Harry." "Yes, sir." "I believe I am going to sit down." Dumbledore sat down on the floor of the dormitory with the dignity of a man who had been expecting to stand for the rest of his long life and had, tonight, decided to revise his plan. Gojo, beside Harry, crouched, put both hands on his son's shoulders and looked into his face. "Honored one," he said. "What?" "That's what they used to call me. The old family's honored one. The strongest, the one who binds. I never liked it." "It's stuffy." "Papa, it's yours now if you want it, or half of it. The honored part anyway. The strongest part you'll get there. Give it 10 years. But the honored part is yours already, kid. You earned it in this room in about 45 seconds. "Papa." "What, kiddo?" "I'm tired." "Yeah, come here." Harry leaned, finally, against his father. His father caught him. His father, who had carried him as an infant in a sling and as a 7-year-old on one hip and as a 9-year-old on his shoulders along the Sumida, lifted him off the floor now and held him more gently than gravity. Harry closed his eyes. Papa. Yeah, kiddo. Can we go home for summer? Yeah. Can we bring Sirius and Remus? Yeah. Can we have pancakes? Yes. Okay. And Harry, in his father's arms, in a dormitory in a castle in Scotland, with an 81-piece enemy unmade on the floor behind him, and a wand of pale cedar still warm in his right hand, went, for the length of one long exhale, to sleep. There were, as Gojo had said, 4 more fragments. They were collected, over the course of the next 3 weeks, by a coordinated effort between Satoru Gojo, Albus Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, the newly freed Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and an enthusiastic and terrifying new addition to the team, Hermione Granger, who had, in the week after the dormitory incident, presented herself in Dumbledore's office with a bound file of notes on probable Horcrux locations based on her reading of an obscure shelf of the restricted section, and who had, upon presenting the file, said, "I will not tell any other student what we find. I will help. I would like to help." Dumbledore had looked at Minerva. Minerva had looked at Gojo. Gojo had said, immediately and without ambiguity, "Yes." The diary came first. It was in a trunk in Malfoy Manor, wrapped in a pillowcase, tucked beneath a stack of old-school robes. Lucius Malfoy, who would have been enormously surprised to know that his 11-year-old son had told a classmate the approximate location of the trunk 2 weeks earlier during a long, quiet conversation in the Hogwarts library, was when the knock came at the ministry arguing with Amelia Bones about jurisdictional issues, and was therefore not home. Narcissa Malfoy, who was home, opened the door to find, on her front step, Sirius Black. "Sirius. Sissy. You are, I take it, not here for tea. Not this visit number. Will you come in? Only for a minute. I need you to sit down." She sat down. Sirius sat across from her. He put on the table between them a photocopy of a Gringotts flagging notice that Gringotts had produced at Amelia Bones's formal request 20 minutes earlier. Narcissa read the notice twice. Her face did not move because Narcissa's face had not moved involuntarily since she was 15. She closed the notice. "Sirius, what do you want me to do?" "I want you to open the trunk in the upstairs guest room yourself. I want you to hand me what is inside it. I want you to let me walk out with it. I want you not to tell Lucius. I want you, for Draco, to decide that your sister's family is done paying for your husband's old friend. You are being dramatic. Yes, I do not owe you this. Number Draco does not owe me this either. He already gave it, Narcissa. This thing is going to come to live with your son and live with your son and live with your son until it takes him." Narcissa closed her eyes. "Upstairs," she said, "guest room, under the robes, in the white pillowcase. Go, now. Leave me a glass of wine on your way out." Sirius went. He came down with a small black book wrapped in a white pillowcase. He left a glass of wine on the side table. He bowed once deeply before he went through the door. Narcissa, behind him, did not watch him go. Narcissa was already composing in her head the story she would tell Lucius that evening, and the story was so immediately convincing that Lucius, hearing it, would not even question it. The trunk had been burgled. Nothing in the house was safe. They should install better wards. The trunk itself had contained only old clothes. Draco, to his mother's faint surprise, hugged her that evening for the first time in a year. The diary, half an hour later, met Harry and his word at a clearing in the Forbidden Forest that the Forbidden Forest had, by quiet prior arrangement, made available to Dumbledore for exactly this purpose. Harry said the word. The diary came apart into 48 fluttering pieces of paper with ink running off them like tears. Gojo, from the edge of the clearing, closed his palm and unmade the 48. A crow, somewhere in a tree, cawed once approvingly. The cup came second. It was in a Gringotts vault that belonged, on paper, to the Lestrange family, and which the goblin who had liked Harry had, at Harry's polite request, quietly flagged and frozen. Amelia Bones, having obtained by this point a series of warrants that Lucius Malfoy's money could no longer quite overturn, walked into Gringotts at 9 in the morning with a team of 6 aurors and a writ. The goblin, having been warned, bowed her to the appropriate door. The vault door opened. The cup, small and golden and humming with a very nasty tune, was taken out of the vault with tongs, placed in a warded case, and brought to a courtyard outside the bank where, to the mild delight of a small gathered crowd, Harry Potter Gojo said a single word from Japanese and broke the cup into pieces that did not reassemble. The Daily Prophet the next morning ran a headline that read, "Boy who lived now boy WHOUNMAKES," and Harry, reading it over a late breakfast, made a face. Gojo, across the table from him, laughed so hard that he choked on a piece of toast and had to be patted on the back by Nanami, who had flown in the night before specifically to be present for this conversation, and who had, for the occasion, actually unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. The locket came third. The locket was, as the cup had been, in a place that was extremely difficult to get to, and it was, unlike the cup, a thing that was actively defended. Dumbledore and Gojo went together. They brought Harry. They would not have brought Harry, except that Harry had, with a specific seriousness Dumbledore had learned to respect over the course of his 11th year, pointed out that his word was the cleanest way to dissolve a Horcrux, that any other method was louder and more traceable, and that he would like, for reasons he did not entirely explain, to be there when it came undone. Gojo had said yes. Dumbledore had said yes. They had gone. The cave by the sea was a bad cave. It was defended, as Dumbledore had warned them, by a potion that could not be refused and by a lake that could not, in theory, be crossed. They crossed it anyway. Gojo crossed it by walking across the surface of the lake with infinity flexed under his feet, which was the kind of thing Gojo could do on a Tuesday, and on this occasion was a Saturday, so he did it without effort. Dumbledore, riding on Gojo's back, suffered, but did not complain. Harry, on Gojo's right arm, suffered less, because he weighed less, and because his father had held him in exactly this way all the way home from a hospital appointment when he was 4. The locket at the center of the cave was inside a stone basin full of the potion. Dumbledore had to drink the potion to get the locket out. Dumbledore, drinking the potion, suffered as the potion was designed to make him suffer. Gojo held his hand. Harry, at Gojo's side, did not look away because he had decided months ago that when an old man went through a thing for him, the least he could do was watch. Dumbledore drank the last drop. He took the locket. He said very quietly, "Harry, sir, if you will be so kind." Kai, the locket came apart. The Horcrux in it, loud and hungry and very nearly lucid, tried in its last second to say something Harry did not listen to. Gojo closed his palm. The something became nothing. Dumbledore, on the cave floor, coughed once and lay down. Gojo, cradling the old man's head, said, with more gentleness than Harry had ever heard his father use with anyone, "Easy, old man. You're okay. We've got you. Take your time." They carried Dumbledore out together. They did not, between them, say very much on the way home. They did not need to. The diadem came forth. The diadem had, it turned out, been in the room of requirement the entire year, in a pile of cast-off school items 7 rooms deep inside the room's vast and eccentric archive. Harry, who had used the room every morning for training since October, had walked past the diadem more than 100 times without knowing. He was mildly furious with himself about this. For about an hour, before Hermione pointed out that he had been using the room for a specific purpose, and that the room, being what it was, had been giving him only the specific things his purpose needed, and that finding the diadem required a different purpose entirely. Hermione, armed with her file and with 3 hours of research on the room's operating principles, walked Harry into the room at a particular hour with a particular request. The room produced the pile. The diadem was in the pile. Harry lifted it out with the tip of his wand. He said the word. The diadem came apart. Hermione, standing 3 paces behind him with her clipboard out, wrote down, in her neat, efficient script, the exact seconds of the word and the exact minute of the unmaking, because Hermione was Hermione, and one day that kind of note was going to change a field. At each find, Harry was present. At each find, Harry said the word. Kai! Each fragment unmade itself under the word, because the word was exactly and specifically designed for them. At the 4th and final fragment, a thin silver ring that had been hidden in a ruined shack in a small English village. The word cracked the ring into dust. And then Harry, with a wand and a word his father had taught him that morning, performed a tiny Jujutsu seal to make sure the dust could not reform. The fifth fragment was Voldemort himself, his core, his surviving self, and it did not resolve itself on this first year. It resolved itself, years later, in the way big evil things always eventually resolved themselves, which was too late to be tidy and just in time to be survivable. Harry, who would be 15 when the last resolution happened, and who would by then be a middle-rank Jujutsu sorcerer and a passable wizard in equal measure, would stand on a green lawn in front of a ruined gate, with his father on his right and Sirius on his left and Hermione 3 paces behind him, and he would say the word for the last time in his life. Kai. And what would remain of Voldemort would simply come apart, in front of the ruined gate, under an English spring sky, and Harry, after it was done, would walk up the lawn and sit down on the grass, and his father, sitting beside him, would say nothing at all, because for once he did not need to. But that is a story for another day. The first year at Hogwarts ended, for Harry, on the 1st of July, on platform 9 3/4. Ron and Hermione hugged him and made him promise to write every week. Neville hugged him and made him promise to visit the Longbottom family in August. Draco Malfoy, having found him on the platform, shook his hand with great ceremony and said, "Potter Gojo, I will see you in September." Harry inclined his head and said, "Malfoy, yes." They did not hug. They did, however, part with a smaller and completely real mutual respect that would, in the end, be one of the small surprises of Harry's 7 years. At the barrier, Sirius was waiting. Remus was waiting. Gojo, having finished his closing staff meeting with a great deal of heckling, arrived last and slightly flushed. Minerva, who had walked him all the way to the barrier with stern instructions about his conduct over the summer, bade Harry a formal goodbye. "Mr. Potter Gojo, Professor, have a good summer." "Thank you, ma'am. Do not invent any more forms of magic without telling me first." "No, ma'am. I am serious." "Yes, ma'am, no inventions without telling you." "Good boy." She turned on her heel and walked at the exact same efficient pace as always, back into King's Cross. Harry watched her go. He would miss her. He was startled to find how much. "Kiddo, Papa, Tokyo, Tokyo." They flew back the slow way because Gojo had decided that a boy who had saved his own dormitory deserved a first-class ticket. Harry slept most of the way across Siberia. He woke up as the plane banked over Tokyo Bay. The sky was pink and orange and very faintly gold. Below them, the city he had grown up in was lighting itself up for the evening. "Papa." "Yeah, I missed it." "I know. I also missed it the first time I moved here. I was 1. I didn't know to miss it." "It missed me instead." "Kiddo." "Yeah, Papa. That sentence is so good it makes me want to weep. Papa, please don't weep on the plane." "No promises." The plane landed. They came out through the arrivals gate into the Tokyo evening. Nanami was there in his suit, as dignified and as tired as the day they had left. Shoko was there, in a cardigan, with a cigarette in her mouth that she put out the moment Harry came into view because Shoko, for all her protestations, had a sense of occasion. Yaga was there, in his sunglasses. Maki was there, now 16 and taller than Harry by several centimeters. Megumi, whom Harry had seen off at Heathrow only 12 hours before, had somehow, by fast private jet and by loud arguing with customs, arrived at Narita half an hour ahead of them and was standing beside Maki with a small and crooked smile that Harry had never seen him wear in public. Harry stopped at the arrivals gate. He looked at them, all of them, standing there for him. Nanami, who had folded his laundry for him since he was 1. Shoko, who had scanned his forehead for a ticking bomb once a month for a decade, and had not told him how often she had cried afterward. Yaga, who had grown hydrangeas for him in a quiet garden. Maki, who had stayed up with him once when he had a fever and had read him her favorite book until he fell asleep. Megumi, who had said yes when Harry had, at 7, called him a brother. And beside him, at his right shoulder, his father, Satoru Gojo, the tallest man in the terminal, not the strongest, which was an argument Harry privately reserved the right to have with him in 10 or 20 years, but perhaps the most honored of them all, at least for now. Harry, 11 years old, finished his first year of wizard school, went forward into the arms of his family, and, for the length of a long evening, was ordinary and nothing more. The summer was hot and loud. Tokyo in July was a city that did not sleep and also did not quite wake up. It simply changed from one kind of awake to another, shedding its morning quiet into a great humid afternoon that smelled like grilled fish and hot concrete, and something slightly sweet from a bakery 3 doors down that had not changed its recipe in 40 years. Harry walked through it, barefoot in sandals, with Megumi on his left and Sirius on his right, and did not stop grinning for approximately 11 days. Sirius, to his own visible surprise, loved Tokyo. He loved the food. He loved the trains. He loved the deference the salesmen at the electronics store in Akihabara showed him when they discovered that he was a foreigner, and, for no reason they could articulate, important. He loved Nanami, for whom he developed an instant and unironic respect that made Nanami, for his part, blush red to the roots of his hair every time Sirius clapped him on the shoulder and said anything flattering. He loved the public bathhouse that Yaga had been going to since he was 20, and from which Yaga now returned every Sunday afternoon with Sirius in tow, the two of them having apparently, by some private arrangement, decided that their friendship was to be conducted principally in very hot water. Remus, who had come over 2 weeks after them, also loved Tokyo. He loved it more quietly. He spent 3 mornings in a second-hand bookshop in Jinbacho and came out, the 3rd morning, with an armful of Japanese novels he had only read in translation, and with a look on his face that Harry did not know how to describe, except that it was the look of a man who had, very unexpectedly, been given permission to be happy. Gojo, for his part, took 3 weeks off officially and 0 weeks off actually, because Gojo was Gojo, and because, at the 8-day mark of his official vacation, a grade 2 curse showed up near Yokohama, and Gojo, who had been trying very hard to pretend he did not know about the grade 2 curse, was found out by Shoko over breakfast, and Shoko, rolling her eyes, said, "Go, we'll eat without you. Come back by dinner." Gojo kissed the top of his son's head, said 5 hours, and was gone. He was back in 4.5. He had brought, for reasons nobody was ever able to determine, a small and extremely grumpy porcelain cat he had picked up at a market stall on the way back. The cat, Harry, after a long consultation with Nanami, named her Taro, in defiance of the cat's obvious sex, because Nanami pointed out that cats did not, in his professional opinion, notice human gender assignments, join the household in August. Machi, the original cat, regarded Taro with the cautious interest of a senior executive meeting a new hire. By September, they had worked out a system in which Machi owned the kitchen and Taro owned the living room, and neither ever crossed the threshold into the other's territory. And the household operated, for the rest of Harry's life, under this arrangement with no further negotiation. The serious black hearing took place on the 8th of August in the Wisengamot Chamber in London. Harry, who was not strictly required to be present, flew back with Gojo because Sirius had asked him to, and Harry had said yes before Sirius had finished the question. The hearing was short. Amelia Bones, as prosecutor-turned-defender, presented the evidence in exactly the order she had presented it in chambers 6 months earlier, plus 3 new documents she had obtained in the intervening months, plus a sworn statement from Peter Pettigrew, who had been apprehended quietly in June in a house in Devon. The Wisengamot listened. The Wisengamot voted. The vote was, in the end, unanimous in Sirius's favor, with the formal recommendation that the public record reflect an apology for his decade in Azkaban, and with an attached suggestion of monetary compensation that Sirius, when he heard the number, laughed at, and then refused, on the grounds that he did not need the ministry's money, and that they should use it instead to hire 3 more Aurors. After the hearing, on the steps of the Weisengamot building, Sirius stood in the sunlight with his hair too long and his eyes red-rimmed, and did not speak for a while. Harry stood beside him. Gojo, 3 paces off, pretended to be very interested in his phone. "Harry!" "Yeah, Padfoot. I'm going to try to be somebody in your life now. I do not know how good at it I will be. I have had 10 years of being nobody, but I am going to try." "Okay. I have not historically been a responsible adult. I know. Your father is a worse role model than I am, by the way. I know. So together we should, at best, balance out to mediocre. Don't forget Remus. Remus is the good one. Remus is so responsible he makes my teeth hurt. Uncle Nanami is the good one, actually. Oh, right, yes, all right. Together, counting Mooney and Nanami, we should, in the aggregate, come out to approximately adequate. Adequate is fine, Padfoot. Adequate is fine. I already have a papa. I don't need 2. I need an uncle who tells me embarrassing stories about my father and who takes me to rock concerts when I am 15 and who argues with Remus about the dishes. That is a full-time job. Sirius, on the steps, with the weight of 10 years of prison sliding off him slowly in the August sunlight, did something halfway between a laugh and a sob. "Deal, kid," he said. "Deal. Oh, deal." They walked down the steps. Gojo, at the bottom, pocketed his phone and put one arm around each of them and said, "Ice cream. I know a place." They got ice cream. Harry in the middle of them. With a scoop of yuzu sorbet the ice cream shop had no business having in London, felt, for the 15th or 16th time that year, that his life was larger than he had been expecting. Back in Tokyo, on an evening in late August, on the roof of the main hall of Jujutsu High, Harry sat beside his father and watched the sun go down over the city. They had not spoken for several minutes. They were not, as a father and son, the kind who had to talk to be together. The sky over Tokyo was doing its particular late summer show, which involved a lot of pink and a lot of orange and an unfair amount of a specific shade of lavender that existed, as far as Harry could tell, nowhere else in nature. "Papa." "Yeah, kiddo. Do you think we did it? Do you think we actually fixed it?" Gojo considered the sky for a while. "I think we did a lot of it, kiddo. I think there's one big piece of it left, what's left of Voldemort's core. And I think that piece is going to stay quiet for a few years, and then start to make noise. And that one day, in a few years, you and I and everyone else is going to go do the noisy thing and end it. I think that's the truth. A few years. Probably 3, maybe 4. Papa. Yeah, I'm ready. I know. I mean it, I'll be more ready by then, but I'm already ready. Kiddo, I know I've known since you were 3. 3. 3, I brought you to a park. You fell off the climbing frame. I caught you. Before I caught you, you reached up with both hands and you put them on my wrists and you held on. You did not scream. You did not panic. You trusted me. I knew then that something had gone right, whatever else we were going to get wrong. You were going to be okay. Papa. Yeah, you did not get anything wrong. Kid, I got lots wrong. Name one. I fed you too much sugar between the ages of 2 and 5. That is not wrong. That is love expressed through sugar. I let you keep the lodger in your head too long without telling you. You told me when I was 7. I was ready when I was 7. You were right. Kid, name another. Gojo was quiet for a long time. The sun went the rest of the way down. The sky went through its last orange and arrived at its first blue. A few stars, stubborn against the city glow, came out. I didn't, Gojo said very quietly, always know how to tell you I loved you. I know how now. It took me a while. Harry looked at him. His father, in profile against the sky, had taken off his blindfold for the evening. His eyes, at that angle, caught the last of the sunset and held it. Papa. Yeah. You always told me. You told me by staying. You told me by cutting the crusts off my sandwiches when Nanami was away. You told me by learning to braid my hair when I was 4 because I was going through a phase. You told me by reading the same book to me 60 times because I liked it. Papa, you always told me. Gojo did not speak. Papa. Yeah, kiddo. It's okay to cry on a roof, Papa. I know, kiddo. Come here. Harry leaned against his father. His father put his arm around him. The two of them sat on the roof of Jujutsu High and watched the rest of the night come in. And Gojo, for the first time since he had become a father 11 years ago, wept quietly, not out of grief for anything, but out of the simple, enormous gratitude of a man who had, at 21, been told by every adult in his life that he would be alone forever, and who had, tonight at 32, discovered that they had all, every single one of them, been wrong. Outside, the sun set over Tokyo. Inside his head, the silence that had, in January, felt so strange had settled, in the 6 months since, into its own quiet. There was no lodger in it anymore. There was only Harry, 11, a little tired, a little small, more brave than he had any right to be, and entirely his own. He was going to be all right. They all were. And far away, in a place he had once come from but had never really lived in, a very old owl ruffled its feathers on a perch in a high tower of a castle 1,000 years old, and a headmaster with half-moon glasses finished the last letter of the school year, and signed it with the particular pleasure he only allowed himself at the end of a term that had gone, all things considered, remarkably well. The letter said, "Dear Satoru, thank you." Gojo, when he read it the next morning in a kitchen in Tokyo, with a cup of coffee in one hand and a piece of toast in the other, smiled for a long moment at nothing in particular. Then he folded the letter carefully, put it in his pocket, and went to wake up his son. Chapter 6 End.